What's going on, folks? Y'all know what it is, man. Shedeur Sanders in the building this week. Who we got? Who we got this week, y'all? It's definitely a tough game, but y'all already know 12 gonna pull it off. Waiting for some of my folks to get in here, man. We just gonna flow like that. I'm a little late tonight, but what's a better time than now? Double tap that screen when you come into the live, man. 12 energy in the building. Sunday is approaching fast, and we try to see 12 put on another 350-yard performance because it be like that.
Kind of like the character. It's like your younger brother. He's the younger brother that you gotta put in his place every once in a while.
Welcome to another edition of Brownie Bites here on YouTube. I'm Daryl Ryder coming in from Cross Country Mortgage Campus in Berea. Let's start with Shedeur Sanders, who was voted by fans as the Offensive Rookie of the Week. He threw for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns with an interception as well. He also ran in a 4th touchdown for the Browns in that loss to the Titans. Sanders being named the starter for the rest of the year, though, hopefully brings some stability and continued explosiveness to Cleveland's offense.
We've been taking it week by week. It just kind of whoever's back there, but I think he's shown some really good things to make some big plays for us. Had us down there to try and tie the game last week, and it just gives him a chance to grow in this offense and see what we can do. I know we have some challenging defenses coming up, and it'll be a big opportunity. We want to try and give him his best opportunity to show what he can do and how he can play in the NFL. And I think every game is for these quarterbacks is so good just to learn and get the speed in the game, and it'll be good for this year. And
C12 got that rookie of the week, y'all.
If he makes big plays when he's moving in the pocket, and there's a couple scrambles last week that the touchdown and then the one where he kind of just up the middle for like 15 yards or however far it was. Those are huge plays. It's gonna make the defense maybe higher or change their thought process, and it makes defensive linemen like we got to stay in our rush lanes instead of kind of going crazy. And so if he can make big plays for us, like we're all for it.
Yeah, you could definitely see he's starting to be more consistent. You could definitely see he's feeling more as himself. I can definitely tell that each game we go out there, it's like you can tell he's settling in even quicker and quicker each game. And like I said before, like it's definitely contagious. When you got a confident quarterback, maybe you go out there and be more confident when I play.
The offensive line losing center Ethan Posick for the season is the latest blow to that group up front that has been shuffling lineups since week 1. Luke Whippler now takes over at center.
Luke definitely a hungry dog, so we gotta get that back connection going. But Ethan definitely hurt that he was out.
Double tap that screen when you come into the live, y'all know what it is, man. 12 energy.
Whenever I was able to come in and have that different level of comfort.
What city and state y'all listening in from?
I'll play with him next year, and I hope he's around next year. I really do. But make sure I'm around too next year. But Luke definitely ready to step up and do what he got to do. So I'm thankful that we do have that hungry dog connection, that we able to get out there and get out there and feel back to normal. Like we are in the practice field. But yeah, Poe, yeah, that hurt. That one for sure hurt because he's definitely cool, down to earth guy. Always get here early. Always man about his business, and it's just unfortunate that happened to him.
I mean, he was driving the ship, especially the young quarterbacks there. And the good thing though is Whippler kind of has learned from him, and he's had 3 years of experience in this league of like learning and kind of being that backup and ready to step in. And I
Double tap that screen when you come to the live, folks. Y'all know what it is.
And he's kind of taking that role over. I'm trying to be demonstrative, trying to make those calls. I think the game plan is been similar to weeks past where it's like really condensed, really focused, and he can dive into it. So you miss a presence like Bo because he's
Appreciate that. Double tap that screen, man. What city and state y'all listening in from? And are you a 12 fan? If you are, Let me get a 12 in the chat.
Done it. So, but you can go like with who's you know fighting for his opportunity as well. Yeah, it's been tough. You never want to see guys get banged up and things happen like that. You fight all off season and try and keep your body in as good a shape as you can, and almost survive a season. And some of the stuff's just you can't fight it. Um, but yeah, it's one of those things. I try and be out there for the guys, and I know everybody's trying at this point in the year. But it is crazy. Like if you would have told me at the beginning of the year, like you're gonna be playing next to Cam Robinson and Bip and Tev and KP, or guys like that, like it just you never expect it, and you go out there and it's kind of what's kind of happened towards that here.
Rookie linebacker Carson Schlesinger is drawing comparisons to Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers, who won Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2012. Schlesinger seems to be on target for that award this season. He leads the team in tackles, as well as all rookies in tackles. He also leads rookies in tackles for loss with 10. His 2 interceptions are tied for second among rookies.
I mean, that's the first time I'm hearing that, but it's nice to hear. But at the same time, it's
Double tap that screen if you rock with this boy right here, Carson Schlesinger, man. He's a straight monster on that field. You already know. Part of that defense, we need that defense for the offense.
focus on going out there and trying to play my best game, and then really I'm worried about what the guys and the coaches in this building think, and really going out there and playing with them. I think he's somebody to just when he would go out on the field. There was a another level that he would get to, and at the same thing, he still was always making the plays, and I think one of the things I respect most is just when he's on the field, you couldn't find a play where he wasn't going 100%, wasn't around the ball.
As we've been mentioning, Sunday's forecast in Chicago sounds a whole lot of fun. Temperatures scheduled to be in the lower teens with sub-zero wind chills.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Double tap that screen, folks. Double tap that screen.
Prepare yourself a little different, stuff on the sideline to help keep you warmed up. But I think it's getting to a point inside that you're warmed up enough so when you go outside you kind of maintain it. It definitely changed it. If it was going to be like 85 and humid, you'd probably feel pretty good about it. But kind of where we're at in the season right now.
On the field and stuff, they got the heated benches and the other stuff. And then once I'm on the field, I'm not really thinking about it. My mom always gets mad at me because she's like, "Why aren't you wearing sleeves?" And I'm like, I really feel bad for my parents more. They're not used to
Hey, that boy a beast right there.
to be prepared for everything. I mean, obviously, like you said, with the weather, when bad weather happens, you're going to get more runs, you're going to get more, shorter passes, and just expecting more of that. But it's not like they're going to go outside of their normal game plan. It's just you're going to get a little bit less of things and a little bit more of other things they like to do.
Here's your Thursday injury report. Grant Delpit returned to practice. He missed on Wednesday due to an illness. Meanwhile, Joel Bitonio, Jack Conklin, Mason Graham, Aiden Huntington, David Njoku, Dylan Sampson, Cedric Tillman, Denzel Ward, and Wyatt Teller all did not practice. Teller remains out for the weekend. Also, the Browns made the first installment of $25 million to the city of Cleveland this week as part of their settlement to allow the team to build their new $2.4 billion enclosed stadium in Brook Park. The Browns are also scheduled to make $5 million payments starting January 1st, 2029 through 2033. That's $25 million total, plus an additional $2 million in payments starting at that same time through 2038. Again, that's an additional $20 million, as the city of Cleveland will also be off the hook as far as costs.
Folks, double tap that screen. Or double tap that screen.
Thanks as always for watching here on YouTube. Don't forget to hit subscribe on the 92.3 The Fan channel. With the Browns in Berea, I'm Daryl Ryder for Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
That's what I wanted to focus on right here.
We see, he's starting to be more consistent.
It makes defensive linemen we got to stay in our rush lanes instead of kind of.
Want to hear what the team is talking about when they're talking about Shedeur Sanders. Listen to this.
He's starting to be more consistent. You can definitely see he's feeling more as himself. I can definitely tell that. Each game we go out there, it's like you can tell he's settling in even quicker and quicker each game. And like I said before, like it's definitely contagious. When you got a confident quarterback, make me go out there and be more confident when I play.
The offensive line losing center Ethan Posick for the season is the latest blow to that group up front that has been shuffling lineups since week one. Luke Whippler now takes over at center.
Luke definitely a hungry dog, so we gotta get that back connection going. But Ethan it definitely hurt that he was out. Because the responsibility he took, in helping everybody, whenever I was able to come in and have that different level of comfort, So I truthfully hope I could play with him next year, and I hope he's around next year. I really do. But I'm gonna make sure I'm around too next year. But Luke definitely step up and do what he got to do. So I'm thankful that we do have that hungry dog connection, that we able to get out there and get out there and feel back to normal. Like we are in the practice field. But yeah, Poe, yeah, that hurt. That one for sure hurt, because he's definitely cool, down to earth guy. Always get here early. Always man about his business, and it's just unfortunate that happened to him.
I mean, he was driving the ship, especially the quarterbacks in there. And the good thing though is Whippler kind of has learned from him.
You hear the team is getting the confidence. I mean, not just the team, but right now it's a push for 12 to do what he do, and he's getting all the support he needs. He's getting everybody to rally around him, and you already see what he do when he on the field. When he on the field, the boy is going all the way in. He like hit a switch. So just imagine hitting that switch, and he got his whole team bought into the 12 energy. It's gonna be crazy.
That listening, learning, and kind of being that backup and ready to step in. And I think he did a great job when he went in the game last week of just kind of directing things. And
Yeah, so Earl Fanning is a goddamn dog. Shout out to you, Crispy. Shout out to you in the chat, man. Double tap that screen. What city and state you listening in from, champ?
I'm trying to be demonstrative, trying to make those calls. I think the game plan is been similar to weeks past, where it's like really condensed, really focused, and he can dive into it. So you miss a presence like Fo because he's done it well for so long, but you get a guy like Whip who's fighting for his opportunity as well. Yeah, it's been tough. You never want to see guys get banged up, and things happen like that. You fight all off season and try and keep your body in as good a shape as you can, and almost survive a season. And some of the stuff's just you can't fight it. But yeah, it's one of those things. I try and be out there for the guys, and I know everybody's trying at this point in the year. But it is crazy. Like if you would have told me at the beginning of the year, like you're gonna be playing next to Cam Robinson and Whip and Tev and KP, or guys like that, like it just you never expect it, and you go out there, and that's kind of what's kind of happened towards that here.
Rookie linebacker Carson Schlesinger is drawing comparisons to Luke Kuechly of the Carolina Panthers, who won Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2012. Schlesinger seems to be on target for that award this season. He leads the team in tackles, as well as all rookies in tackles. He also leads rookies in tackles for loss.
Schlesinger's a dog. Kuechly.
I'm hearing that, but it's nice to hear. But at the same time, it's every week I'm focused on going out there and trying to play my best game, and then really I'm worried about what the guys and the coaches in this building think, and really going out there and playing with them. I think he's somebody to just see when he would go out on the field. There was a another level that he would get to, and at the same thing, he still was always making the plays, and I think one of the things I respect most is just when he's on the field, you couldn't find a play where he wasn't going 100%, wasn't around.
As we've been mentioning, Sunday's forecast in Chicago sounds a whole lot of fun. Temperatures scheduled to be in the lower teens with sub-zero wind chills.
Wow.
It definitely affects kind of prepare yourself a little different. Make sure you have stuff on the sideline to help keep you warmed up. But I think it's getting to a point inside that you're warmed up enough so when you go outside, you kind of maintain it. It definitely changed it. If it was going to be like 85 and humid, you'd probably, feel pretty good about it. But that's kind of where we're at in the season right now.
On the field and stuff, they got the heated benches and the other stuff. And then once I'm on the field, I'm not really thinking about it. My mom always gets mad at me because she's like, "Why aren't you wearing sleeves?" And I'm like, I really feel bad for my parents more. They're not used to it, and they have to go sit there all game. So I think you just have to be prepared for everything. I mean, obviously, like you said, with the weather, when bad weather happens, you're going to get more runs, you're going to get more, shorter passes, and just expecting more of that. But it's not like they're going to go outside of their normal game plan. It's just you're going to get, a little bit less of things and a little bit more of other things they like to do.
Here's your Thursday injury report. Grant Delpit returned to practice. He missed on Wednesday due to an illness. Meanwhile, Joel Petonio, Jack Conklin, Mason Graham, Aiden Huntington, David Njoku, Dylan Sampson, Cedric.
Y'all double tap that screen, hit that like for me, please. Y'all know what it is, man. It's the 12 Energy. We in the building all night, and we rocking with Shedeur Sanders. We rocking with the Cleveland Browns. I'm really not a Cleveland Browns fan, but the phenomenon of this star power is so great that I gotta get in on it. Just like y'all gotta get on it. I know what it is. The star power is too great. We looking at Deion Sanders 2.0, young prime time, young showtime, young Shedeur Sanders. Let me get some likes on that screen, man. Let's run these numbers up tonight. Let's go crazy.
Remains out for the weekend. Also, the Browns made the first installment of $25 million to the city of Cleveland.
It's part of their double tap. That's all I need you to do.
Park. The Browns are also scheduled to make $5 million payments starting January 1st, 2029 through 2033. That's $25 million total, plus an additional $2 million in payments starting at that same time through 2038. Again, that's an additional $20 million, as the city of Cleveland will also be off the hook as far as costs to demo the stadium. The Browns are picking that up as well as part of this settlement. Thanks as always for watching here on YouTube. Don't forget to hit subscribe on the 92.3 The Fan channel. With the Browns in Berea, I'm Daryl Ryder for Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, it's really going down, y'all. It's really going down. What's cracking? What's cracking? Shedeur Sanders is the topic. The boy looking good. We talking about 365 goddamn yards. What they gonna do with it? What can they say now? There's nothing they can say now. So right now, what we doing is we getting ready for the game that's coming.
Teams don't have to start.
It's coming up this weekend.
With a hybrid team, use facilitator.
Yeah, we got a game coming up this weekend. It's gonna be crazy. Yes, indeed. Oh, they play the Chicago Bears. Don't be surprised.
What's up, people? We got Tybus Powell back in the building. Tybus, you actually took some time off, man. Ain't that crazy? You took some.
Because my wife is a school teacher. She's an online school teacher. Place is called Gateway. It's like a dropout prevention type school.
Okay.
So once, like every 3 or 4 months, they have testing, like state testing. So she'd be gone for like the whole week. So I had nobody to watch the kids. So I had to take off that 2.
Your thoughts on the way you saw him play Tybus and what your initial thoughts were when he balled out?
Man, this is, Shedeur is one of those guys that, you watch him in college, and again, he gives everybody hope. And I just don't, people don't understand this. If you haven't really followed him and watched the story or like know about him, you don't understand why everybody like in Cleveland want him to work out, because literally everywhere he's went, he's turned the thing around. Jackson State, Colorado, and the Browns like the next thing. So like for me, I'm like, man, if he did it before, he could do it again. Like he definitely got it in him to do it again. And then you just see how the whole process has been going. And it was one thing that you said back in the day that stuck with me, because it's the truth. you was like, you know what? They making him do it the hard way. So whenever he get on the field, it's like he earned it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now, in this situation, yes, Dylan Gabriel got hurt, but Dylan Gabriel, after he got cleared, he could have easily just got back in, but he understood the assignment. Like, he understood, like, Baltimore was a little shaky. This Raiders game, oh, I got to do something to stick. I have to. And everybody, we talked about it that entire week. And obviously, he had a really good game, you know, that Raiders game. Showed enough to get the next start. And for me, watching him in this last game, you know, it was like, you know how we go down 14 points, like early in the season, we go down 14 points, or a team scores 20. It was like, oh, that's curtains. So we scored 20. To see somebody battle back, like in that moment where I just when I'm about to say, oh, it's over with, we down 14, it's over. Yep. To see somebody come back, like, no, forget that, and fight back, claw back, and get us and score a touchdown to actually like almost tie the game up. I've been waiting on that moment for all my life.
Double tap that screen. You in the chat, man. Y'all know what it is, man. 12 energy in the building.
I just seen it. I ain't never really seen somebody like the closest we had to this was Deshaun Watson, Baltimore Ravens second half. Like that's the closest thing I done had to this moment where it's like we was down and this dude still clawed his way back. So like for me, I don't understand how people can hate on this. Like I get the fan base thing. I get the whole beef with the fan base because a lot of people will openly admit that they really don't have a problem with Shedeur. It's the fans, and I get that because they be on people quickly. I get that, but like,
listen, I told them like this, Tyrus. Listen, you don't have to get. Listen, trust me. You gonna get it about 2-3 weeks. Listen, they'll be all right. Listen, you're not going to. This is the thing that sits with me, and I done had to spoke to people behind the scenes. They didn't try to broker a peace treaty. I said, first and foremost, I told you when they came in, I am not no leader. Listen.
Hey, y'all, double tap that screen for me. Let's get these numbers up. Let's get these numbers up. Let's run it up. Tonight, we together talking about 12. It's 12 energy. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for stopping through. Let's get down to it. Hit that like button for me, please.
I just told y'all what happened. They don't listen to me like that. Y'all got to do. Let me tell you this. I said, listen, let me let y'all know something. The thing that they're a little upset about is said, so y'all went a step too far. You said if Shedeur plays, it would be worse. I said, listen, guys, if you want to retract that statement, you can retract that and you say, listen, it was hyperbole. I was in my feelings a little bit. I tripped on that one. I should have waited to see if you can retract that statement. You be all right. But they salty about that type of. They kind of salty about that fit. That you gonna play 10 times worse type thing because it's almost saying like, really.
All right. I ain't their apologist, and I can't really speak for them. But I think the reason that they said that is because we only seen two performances coming into the season. We seen a really great performance, and then we seen the Rams performance, right? Mm-hmm. And I think people go off of the last time they seen somebody, and the last time they seen him, he had a lot of things that he had to work with. Mm-hmm. And I feel like for them, and like I said, I can't speak for them. This is me trying to be in their head. They keep hearing all of this. He ain't ready, and the last thing they seen was the Rams game. So I think for them, they thought that was the thing that they thought was going to come out on the field when he played.
But that was a setup. Y'all know that was a setup. If you got eyes, you saw that was a complete setup.
To be fair, Baltimore game, it was a little bit of that. We're not going to act like it completely came out and this was the performance.
No, Baltimore, you know what? I was spooked. I was scared for them. I told them to say this. I told them, I said, look, when Shedeur said, oh, I see what type of time we on. Oh, I see. I got up to the speed of the game. When I seen he wasn't spooked, and I said, oh, listen, this dude done caught up. And then they should have knew what type of time we on. When he threw that ball, because we told him, when you threw that ball to Isaiah Bond, he caught that ball against the Raiders, and we told you on the film, he's going to throw that. I know.
Definitely said the difference between the two is Shedeur gonna pull the trigger. Like Dylan trying to, I'm gonna just, it reminds me a lot of, you remember last year with the Steelers when they had Justin Fields and Russell Wilson? And Justin Fields, it was like, Justin, just do the easy stuff. Just take the layup. Just don't get out of your zone. Don't get out. Just do what we tell you to do. Just take the stuff. And Justin did that, and it was fine. But Russell came and took the whole job, and he never got the job. That's the same thing with these two. It's exactly what Shedeur does. Dylan gonna come in there. He gonna take the layup, and he gonna do what he's supposed to. It's fine. But at the end of the day, if you're gonna play quarterback and stick initially, you got to make some plays with your arm. And Shedeur from that Raiders game and on, like every game, he gives you something that make you stand up and be like, "What was that?"
This is going here, and what we gonna do in this?
You can see right here. Look how he stand up in the pocket. He stand up in the pocket. He take the shot, and he deliver the ball. And this is what they were saying he could do great. His NFL qualities. Double tap that screen, folks. Hit that like button for me. Let's go.
Parts of his game that he's added in these 3 weeks. Now the thing is, I want to pump the brakes, and we're gonna get to it. I want to pump the brakes, and I want to say this too. I don't like the fact that like they're acting like this is a trial. Like he got to, like they're going by count 1, first game, count 2, second game, count 3. Now we're on count 4. So now it's like he got to be exonerated on every single count, or he done. The thought process that, oh well, you know what? If he falls back a little bit as a rookie, then we got to go back to the drawing board. We might not necessarily. I believe there's a baseline skill set and acumen that you have, that you understand what you got in a first round quarterback. And what I saw from Cam Ward, and I believe in Cam Ward as a prospect, I saw nothing less from Shedeur Sanders in the eye test.
No, it really wasn't a big drop off. Now I will say Cam Ward arm talent is better. He could thread the needle on some stuff, but what Shedeur did to Judy, that's a peel right there. So like the arm talent, like don't get me wrong, Cam Ward's arm talent is better. It ain't that crazy better. I'm not gonna say that. His arm is stronger than Shedeur's for sure. But Shedeur made some throws in this game where you talk about pinpoint accuracy. Like that's like Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's arm ain't the strongest thing in the world.
It ain't Josh Allen.
CJ Stroud arm ain't that strong, but his accuracy is what makes him stand out. Like Shedeur is part of that. Like it's not always the arm strength. It's about the accuracy, and he got that.
Absolutely.
And we explain this a little bit. I get what we're talking about in terms of.
Hey, y'all, which city and state y'all listening in from? Double tap that screen. Let's get in the chat, man. Let's chop it up. What's cracking? What city and state y'all listening in from? What's your team? Are you in Ohio on ground zero? Talk to me.
All right, you want your best player to touch the football, and Quinshawn Judkins is by best, one of your best players on offense. But from what I've seen, I want Shedeur Sanders to have his hand at all times.
He's the hot hand. It's the hot hand. You just put the hot hand. Like you can't not give him the ball because he literally just brought you back and put you in this situation. I think the hesitation came from the fact that they fumbled the snap on the first time.
Man, that's not a good enough excuse.
You do have Whippler, and maybe because you did get it's a new center. The center exchange is wet outside. They did fumble center exchange the week before. I can give you that too. But we're gonna get a shotgun and we're gonna let Shedeur Sanders cook. Especially if he got
how many people run shotgun in the NFL from the 2 yard?
They run wild dog from the 2 yard. He's shotgun king. He gets shotgun everywhere.
Well, the problem with running shotgun on the 2 is that it takes away the play action, I should say. Like if you're not respecting that. You're not really respecting that because if under center, like there's a good chance that he actually might hand it off. So like you automatically think it pass.
Man, OG.
At least by AP.
The Audemars was out of here. I had my wrist up so high on something. I almost hit that ceiling fan. Boy, let me tell you.
We're talking about the Audemars.
3 children. I don't know. Listen, you out of here, bro. You ain't getting no more watches. You might have been good after like 2 and a possible. Nah, dog. Selmo, for all my life, I've been Cleveland all my life. We've been listen all my life. I tell you what. OG Powers 88 says last 3 weeks only the Browns ranked 15th best offense and 10th in points per game. They got stats for days now.
You gotta roll with it, and then I guess our offense been trash.
Hey, G. Bush, you prepped us for the Kevin Stefanski developed Shedeur Sanders BS once he played, but it didn't help.
Okay, hold up, y'all. We got Charlotte NC in the house and the Cowboys. Shout out to my Cowboys, man. I'm a Cowboys fan too. Appreciate you in the chat. Definitely double tap that screen. And we got H Town with the Texans in the house. I just left H Town a couple months ago. Went on a cruise down there. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I love H Town, man. Appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Let's run these numbers up.
I mean, I've been saying F bombs all week. Kevin Stefanski gave critiques. That's it. I tried to tell, listen, I told y'all.
Shout out to Dennis and Stacy.
I said, listen, let me just tell y'all. This is going to really, I said, you guys have been rolling. You've been in the camp. You understand this. I said, listen, if you think that they're going to let Kevin go out like that, no. They're not going to let him go out like that. Kevin, I'm telling you, they're going to spill off some of that mojo. That Shedeur mojo, if he throw for 300 again, get ready for them articles to come talking about how he done already met with him. They'd already got a different playbook. They adjusted to this lingo. They got rid of I'm telling you, Tyvis, we talked about it today.
What Zach said? He said that every time they walk past the door, Shedeur in there with Kevin.
All right, so y'all hear what's going on. They saying that now Kevin Stefanski is about to try to hijack the credit for everything that Shedeur Sanders is doing. You know, now they got to spin the narrative. Now it's got to look like Kevin Stefanski is super duper on his side and super duper in his corner and buddy old pal and all that fake stuff. You know, so just watch the breakdown. Let's watch the breakdown.
It's coming. And listen, by the way, if they upset.
Double tap that screen and you just came in the live, man. Shout out to you, what city and state y'all listening in from. We chopping it up on Shedeur Sanders, the Cleveland Browns, and everything that's going on with that situation. I need them likes, hit them buttons, and we're going to keep on bringing this info. Let's go.
I'm telling you this right now. I'm just let y'all know right here with Tyvis Powell. Because if it happens, if they upset, who they got? The Bears?
The Bears.
Bears 9-4, right?
Yep. It's seventh place in the NFC.
And guess what? If he outplays Caleb Williams, get ready for it.
If he outplays Caleb Williams, like
shout out to Tracy in the chat. Now we got a Stacy and a Tracy. Shout out to both of them. What's happening?
Like, there's no excuse. Like the Cam Ward thing.
Okay.
I hear it because one, Cam's a rookie and Cam don't have no weapons. Right. He outplays Caleb. Caleb got DJ Moore, Luther Bird, Roma Doomsday, DeAndre Smith. He outplayed Cole Kmet. He got all stacks. And he got Ben Johnson calling the plays, who is the high regarded play caller. So if he outplays Caleb, stop it. With the weapons that we got, stop.
I'm setting it up right now.
You know what they're gonna say, but you know what the narrative will be, right? Well, Caleb did go up against the Browns defense, and they ranked number 2. No. And the Bears is ranked like 27th or something like that.
They constantly moving the goalposts. 1 minute is just the Raiders, the next minute is just the Titans, and this may be true, but these teams have beaten. Like the team, whoever the Titans beat is somebody who's not a one-win team. You know what I'm saying? They beat somebody. So when it comes down to it, man, they all NFL teams, and as a rookie, you got to throw dimes on some goddamn body.
Moving. Either make the Browns defense the 85 Bears or they're the worst defense in the world. The Browns gave up 190-some yards on the ground last week. So either they're good or they're not. You can't.
Tell me what they're going to say. They're going to say, well, Bears defense really ain't that good anyway.
Right.
But Caleb had to go up against the Browns defense.
I mean, it was
So many excuses for whatever Shedeur Sanders do. It's gonna be some excuses. Y'all know that, right? Double tap that screen if y'all know that. That fucking Kevin Stefanski. Tracy, you my kind of person, man. Double tap that screen. Tracy, what city and state you listening in from?
game. And you know, listen, for the plays, it was a 20-yard ball. They missed a tackle and he went to the house on him. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. Because here's what's gonna happen. The better he plays, the more of the drum beat is gonna be. We gotta find something because it's going to get obvious. If this guy's because what's going to start happening is people going to start saying, like me, you said he was a fifth round pick. So you just happened to tell me the fifth round pick just do this? No fifth round pick does this. So then they're going to have to say, well, maybe he really wasn't a fifth round pick, but then.
Listen, man, this is what I always said about that fifth round pick thing. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Have you ever in your life seen a fifth round pick start the season opener? I don't think so. Don't worry, I'll wait. Let me know right now in the chat. Have you ever in your life seen a fifth round pick start the season opener and drop dimes and throw darts and throw touchdowns? He had 3 touchdowns. Have you ever seen that from a fifth rounder? I don't think so.
Kevin Stefanski knew that. That's why he took it.
Well, I'm waiting on Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper ain't get. He was the only one on draft day that was like, I don't know what's going on. I'm telling y'all, he a first round.
Miss Bell, Kevin Stefanski can tell. Hey, you know them Walgreens films, man, back in the day, you used to have your Christmas pictures, you take them right over to Walgreens. I don't like how they turn around in like 4 or 5 days. You're supposed to get them instantaneous. Slick as butter. Did you hear that Stefanski wants out of Cleveland? If that's the case, like a third strike, you're out of here. Maybe, listen.
We would love to see Kevin Stefanski gone.
Like, what are you gonna do? Get another? Like, come on, bro. I'm be confused. Hey, you three, please. This is like this Jay. This looks like you are like a computer virus hacker.
You three in.
Yeah, that's crazy. Did you see where Dion and Jamie Foxx called out the lies Mary Kay said?
You sure did.
Sure did. It was everywhere, bro. It was on Black Planet. No.
That clip get going very viral. I gotta go check out what the views on that thing is.
It's probably crazy.
Double tap, y'all. It's real easy.
Yes, so
Double tap, y'all. It's real easy. All you gotta do is double tap your screen. That's it. That's all I'm asking y'all to do is double tap your screen. Hit that like if you on a laptop or desktop. I need some likes, y'all. Let's get these numbers up, please.
soak this in and inhale and exhale because, like, trying to find Dragon bro, man, listen, we had to go to Nemec to find a quarterback. We had to
Yes. Show 12 some love.
Listen, this is crazy. By the way, Slick as Butter, don't get it twisted. This isn't over. You do know that the posts are coming right back out. If he doesn't play a 300-yard game and the Browns lose by 2 scores, they starting the Mendoza wagon again, right? You didn't know, right? You done. And even if he does play well the last 4 games,
yeah, they're definitely going to do that sucker shit. They will definitely start talking like he doesn't deserve it.
Completely over yet. 55 DSNY became a YouTube.
Because I'm hearing people still say, has he proven himself? Has he proven to be the franchise QB? I'm like, what? What other rookie, first round, second round, third round, anybody that got picked before Shedeur, tell me who in the hell had a 300-yard plus game? I don't think there's anybody that had a 300+ yard game that was drafted before him. So what they need to do is stop the bullshit. Because I don't care who they played. Everybody played a sorry team. Cam Ward played the goddamn Cleveland Browns. He had 117 yards. So I'm kind of, it's kind of getting to be overkill hearing all these bullshit ass excuses.
Member, thank you so much. We hope you appreciate it. Our film review. Welcome to the family. T Storm VA 2012. What are the keys to victories against the Bears? Go 12.
Taking care of the football is going to be cold. And everybody keep talking about that they average 2 turnovers, takeaways a game. So to take care of the football, that's probably going to be the key to the game for me.
Speaking of, let's get this in here. This is on Twitter. According to what's going on right now, T Storm, kickoff temperature is going to be 12 degrees Fahrenheit. The real feel is -5 with the wind. Wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour off the lake. Yeah.
Cold out that motherfucker.
That's a big part of what I think they need to definitely take in consideration. It looks like it's not going to be a really good game for throwing the ball all over the park. Doggy Bone says people just don't understand. Down 2 touchdowns, people will leave the stadium. 6 minutes left. He wheeled them down the field twice. He put them on his back. Game changer versus game manager. A rookie. I like that. Game changer versus game manager. I think more and more, the more impressive.
I'm talking about.
Even I said this, Tyvis. I ain't even seen the celebration like that. What? Oh, like, don't do that. Don't do that. It ain't even been exuberant. It ain't been as much as I want. I want, I want the AP, the Audemars. Oh, yeah. I want the first one. He wearing the watches in the game. We just talked about him doing it to Jeffrey Simmons. Real quick and just turned around and dipped out. They caught him like quick, like on a glance, but he ain't really hit him with the. Don't do that. He ain't looking down at it like this. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't been smacking that joint. Yeah, you got to smack that. Smack it.
By the way, we got to get to this, man. Can we get to this? Can we get this type of game plan out here? Because they've been telling me epic showdown. Now this was in college, fellas. This was in college. Shedeur Sanders. This is ridiculous. This is why you see why a lot of people was getting mad. Forward to this game, like 1,000 to 1,001. That's what. Because evidently Shedeur 30 or 45, 422, 372, 50 yards, rushing 5 TDs. Philip Williams.
That's college.
He had 403 pass yards and 6 touchdowns.
God damn.
This is Pac-12. They don't play no defense. Defensive coordinators have jobs after this. No defense. No defense with this. And then let's get to the last 2. Gracie the GOAT. Browns winning the division next year with 12. I said that on UCSS today. Did say that. I said, will the Browns have a home playoff game before they go to the new stadium? It's crazy. Miles said Shedeur Sanders was in Kevin Stefanski's office back in April. Show you right, Miss Bell. He said that kind of like low key in the summertime. Okay. So it ain't camp then. He been in there. He been in there all the time. I'm trying to figure out what Mary Kay was lying. I gotta go back and listen to the clip again. We gotta get to the clip. But by the way, thoughts on the game? What is your prediction for the game? I'm gonna be honest on here. I don't know if the Browns gonna win. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna win. Hey, I'm not picking them to win. I think it's gonna be a show.
I just need Shedeur to play a good game. That's it.
I got like 2017 Bears. I think the Bears do some late heroics late, but I think if my goal is I've moved. Listen, if y'all gonna move the goalpost, see Bush moves his goalpost. I'm looking at the head-to-head competition. 1 down, 2 to go. We beat Cam Ward. I need to hold my own against Caleb Williams. His team is better. He's at home. He got all of the, we just named all of the situations that he has better than Cleveland Browns. We now are in week-to-week mode, in head-to-head mode. Let Shedeur Sanders come out here in this bad winter. Because then if he do it 2 games in a row, all of a sudden he's a bad weather quarterback too. Now that's what if you're gonna be in the AFC North, you going until 29, you going even after 29.
Tim, what's going on? Tim in the chat. What's cracking, man? What city and state you listening in from, champ? And are you a 12 fan or do you think he's a bust? What y'all think, man? Let me know. We could talk about it. Either way, it's a conversation. And that's what we're here for, man. So What city and state you listening in from? Timothy Netson. What's cracking? Kissimmee, Florida. Shout out to that FLA. Yeah, man. Shout out to that FLA. Are you a 12 fan? Or you just, you know what I'm saying, you just a spectator? Because I started off being a spectator, but when I see somebody getting hated on majorly, then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna support them. If you get hated on unjustly, then I'm gonna end up being a fan. You know what I'm saying?
Now you still have to deal with it for three division games.
Okay, Tim. Shout out to you.
Yeah, listen, let's get it. As a Packers fan, I need the Browns to win. J. Cole 249. By the way, I will say this before we roll. This dude got a fan base that be like, have you ever seen a fan base's like? Let me just give y'all respect and do this out here, throw this out here before we let y'all leave. Let me just tell y'all this. I try to tell folks this. If I was the owner, Shedeur Sanders could be he could be average, and unless I had me a bona fide quarterback, there is no way, and you know what? I'm not playing him. He would play for me automatically. Do you know I've been having a YouTube channel, Tyvis, for multiple years before YouTube was YouTube? Yeah. There are people that are diametrically opposed to the Cleveland Browns, meaning the Baltimore Ravens, meaning the Pittsburgh Steelers, or the Bengals. This dude, I got more people that say, "Yo, I watch your podcast every single week." I'm a Packers fan, and I'm rooting for Shedeur. I'm a Ravens fan. I'm in Pittsburgh. I root for Shedeur. These people watch this show, and I only talk about the Cleveland Browns, and they still watch. There has never been a fan. I don't remember. You tell me if I'm wrong, Tyvis. If there's ever been a person that transcends a spot where maybe Tim Tebow, maybe, but I don't think it was like this. I mean, it could have been. It could have been.
Tebow shit wasn't like this. No fuck, no.
Really wasn't like that big of a thing back when he was out. I don't know. I think all jokes aside, like all the fandom aside, like Shedeur a really good dude. Like I don't understand why people. I don't understand the hate. I do like when people say the fan thing. I can understand that, but like him as a person, as a player, I don't understand. I really don't. I can't even. Here's the thing. I can't. Here's why I can't understand the fan thing, Tyvis. You gotta think about it like this. Say, for instance, I don't work with you, and I've been working with you for years, and somebody from like the Big Ten Network say, you know what? An anonymous source from the Big Ten Network said Tyvis Powell is X, Y, and Z. He arrogant, he cocky, and this dude is unprofessional. And I'm gonna be like, and then I hear the reports. I'm like, I don't care what nobody unnamed source from the big. He better like I didn't already saw this. I know him. I know him personally.
All right, let me see. I've been watching him for years. Shedeur is universal. Hey, Tim, you a smart man, man. You're a smart man. And yeah, he's something special. And a lot of people about to find out just how special he is.
I've been around him for 3 years.
Man.
I see him commit a crime with my own two eyes. That did not happen. So I'm not paying attention to it. So people who've been watching this dude grow up, right, for their life, like some person says, you know what, this dude he a bad kid. He be doing too much. Do you think them folks is gonna believe that? They gotta see it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Listen, the only thing they are kind of they make people stand on business. Oh no! Here's the thing. They make people stand on what you aunties is the highest level. I try to tell you, they're the highest level. Their petty is legendary. Like they not like they have. I just saw like, and I'm for it. I was just over here just with my popcorn. I saw them put the list together on Twitter, Tyvis, of people who had said something in the past, and this person had it ran down. They had the videos, the timestamps, and everything. I said, bro, this is 15 minutes long. They got everybody lined up. They gonna make you if you choose that side.
My man Timothy Netson said, When it comes to Shedeur, the NFL and white privilege is unchecked. When it comes to Shedeur, the NFL and white privilege is unchecked. No question about it. No question about it. They are really, really upset about this shit. It reminds me of Angel Reese a little bit sometimes. The way certain people just are relentlessly saying he's not good, but he's not good. And I'm just like, okay, watch this motherfucking dime down the field. You tell me what the fuck he is.
You know how you be like, we got new information. I can check. Nah, stay over there. That's where they at. It's hilarious. People they say whatever they want, make up whatever negative things they can think of. But me, you see, you aunties, uncles, and real Browns fans know the truth, man. Y'all cats, I tell you what, man, doggy bone. If anything, need a win against the Steelers, I believe they would convince the Cleveland undecided. Now, a win against the Bills and the Bears would be nice. If you win it, let me tell you something. You win against the Bills, that might be a bridge too far. That might even convince the folks up front.
Spiritual War Exposed was cracking.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Shout out to my man Spiritual War Exposed, man. What's good? Tyvis sounds like those racist talking heads. How the fuck you get mad at Shedeur fans? Y'all just want us to sit back and let you devalue a black QB in peace, and it ain't happening. Ah, shit. Shout out to my man Spiritual War. Spiritual War. Spiritual War Exposed was cracking, man. Every time. Moving the goalposts every time a black QB rises to the occasion. Hey man, listen, you already know what it is, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, that motherfucking job, that job right there is gonna be dedicated to to the best athletes. But we know who the best athletes are, man. So double tap that screen, man. Shout out to Spiritual War Exposed, man. Hit that screen for him because he be dropping. Occasion. I already know. I know what you were saying. You must have been using that voice command shit. But it's all good, man. I got the message. Trust and believe. Double tap that screen, man. We only got 4 likes and almost 30 to 40 people in here on Surge. So please, 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 y'all hit that, y'all get them numbers up, man. And we're gonna get them numbers up in here. I appreciate it so much.
Hey, listen, I'm telling you, bro. Look, they're not. We are still waiting for the videos of the terrible interview. Listen, I
Ain't no videos.
they keep trying. Remember, they said they got the videotape of the interview where Shedeur was terrible. He had headphones and jewelry on. They never produced anything. Yeah, they not gonna play. They didn't play. But listen, I'm just waiting for it, man. At one point in time, I'll say this to end it. Hey, man, if 12 is good, Browns is good. And if the Browns is good, that means 12 is good. That means we might actually get to where we want to get to, Tyrus. It's the actual promise. That's all I want. I'm just like, one time before we start. One time for your mind. All I want, man. Oh, with that being said, you never know where we might show up. We gonna have to break down another one of these things. We got the Bears coming up this week. Make sure you check us out. We'll be back with the barber shop. Tyvis, who you at this week? Big Ten? No, y'all done. I'm done. So I'm the only one working now. I mean, I work on Sunday with the Browns, but that's a bit Saturday off. I don't like that. If I tell Peyton, Emmanuel Johnson, other NFC North teams better pray the Browns draft another quarterback if they build the old.
Yeah, man, we ain't done. We are not done. Double tap that screen, man. If you just get in the live, you've been in here for a minute, you ain't had a chance to do it yet, man. Please hit that like button. We trying to run these numbers up, and I'm gonna keep on bringing the information and the entertainment in here for you. It's 12 energy at all times, every day. You know what I'm saying? And ain't nothing like supporting a person who is being hated on. And when they being hated on, you go ahead and pour into the opposite of hating on. Give that person some love. Show that person some love. Show my live some love. Double tap that screen. Shedeur Sanders. You know what I'm saying? He ain't even got a nickname yet, y'all. We don't know what it's gonna be. I heard people saying Showtime, Primetime 2.0. I think he need his own name. So in the chat, man, if you had a nickname for Shedeur Sanders, because it ain't been coined yet, man, go ahead and drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. And double tap that screen, man. Y'all already know what it is. My man Tim said, I recommend Tony Dungy come out of motherfucking retirement and coach Shedeur. Boy, that would be ooh-wee. That would be insane, man. Double tap that screen. Double tap that motherfucking screen for that right there. Y'all already know, man. Let's run these numbers up, man. Let's run these numbers up. Let's see. Shedeur Sanders played even better than his amazing stats. Let's get to the business. Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Me wasn't the fact that he put up the
Tim says, now spiritually, there is nothing they can do against a man of God. When he is for more than the whole world against you. I know that shit right, man. Double tap that screen, man. Tim dropping motherfucking heat on their ass. Shout out to Tim and Spiritual Wear Exposed. Goddamn. We got some real heat dropping in here, y'all.
type of numbers, and those numbers were very impressive because we had heard all along
Nigga prime time.
was that if Shedeur Sanders got into these football games, it was going to be worse. It was going to be worse. And not only did that not happen, but when you put up those type numbers, people going to be charged up. But for me, I thought it was the fact that he handled the level of pressure, because one thing that I started to see, and I'll get your thoughts on this. I started to see very early on that they wasn't playing by the same rules. It was like, okay, Dylan got his 6 games. We did the post game shows, right? And we was there for those shows, doing the Dylan Gabriel. How did he play? What did he look like? What was the progression? And then I thought it was real funny how they had one game and it was almost like, oh, if he don't do nothing against the Raiders, it's done. They might go back to Dylan or
Yeah, ain't that some shit? As whack as Dylan Gabriel played. Listen, I remember when Dylan Gabriel was playing, and it was people fucking saying, give him another chance. He's a rookie, for crying out loud. Please, just give this kid a chance. Like, he's a rookie. You can't rush him. He has to settle in and yada, 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 yada. And now, when Shedeur comes out and has way better fucking, even when Shedeur came in against the Raiders, he still damn near put up more fucking. It was only a half. He only played a fucking half. But Gabriel didn't make a fucking 40-yard pass or a 35-yard pass across the middle. I was like, holy shit. We ain't seen a fucking 35-yard pass all year. So to see Shedeur get in the game and make a 35-yard pass, just that alone in the Ravens game let me know that Shedeur Sanders had way more to offer than Dylan Gabriel just with one fucking pass. He only made about 2 passes that whole game. But that was enough. That was the potential right there. And now we look and see that he dropping fucking dimes. He throwing the ball all across the field. I guarantee you Harold Fanning Jr. is happy because he wasn't getting shit popping with Flacco or Dylan Gabriel. I guarantee you this. Jerry Judy, we see that bum ass motherfucker is happy, even though he trash. But he might be a little bit better with Shedeur Sanders at the helm. You know what I'm saying? Now that he got a quarterback that he can link up with, fucking Dylan Gabriel, man, get the fuck out of here.
Or Deshaun, I said, this is crazy work to me, Earl. What was your thoughts about that?
Yeah, like when I first heard, the whole Shedeur week to week thing, I thought that was kind of odd because that was never the energy that Kevin Stefanski had for Dylan Gabriel. It was always
Never.
Dylan Gabriel was our starting quarterback. And lo and behold, he gets a concussion and everything changes. So to me,
Yeah, I don't give a damn what nobody say. That shit is completely it's blatant. It's some shit that you just cannot sit around and act like you don't see. That this man is I remember he used to have his arm around Dylan Gabriel, y'all. He would have his fucking arm around Dylan Gabriel, hugging him, telling him it's okay, patting him on his shoulder, like pulling him in. It was real weird to see a coach like that with a player. Normally it's tough love. Your motherfucking ass ain't doing good, you sit your ass down. That's how every coach I ever played for did me. Wasn't no babying you up because you ain't fucking playing right. I ain't never in my life seen no coach put their arm around a motherfucker like they did Dylan Gabriel. Because if your ass can't play, somebody can. And that's sports to me. I ain't never in my life seen no coach babying no goddamn grown ass man up.
I was probably one of the few people that was actually shocked.
Timmy says Shedeur thrives off calling his own plays, hurry offense, no huddle, let him go. Remember at JSU and Colorado, Pat Schuber complained about Shedeur changing the plays to suit his style. This Shedeur Sanders situation, Lamar situation, all they do is expose that racism is still you said still wrong and well. Maybe you were trying to say strong and well. But in the league and with the fans in Candace, whatever the fuck that means. Oh, America. Yeah, ain't no question about it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Donald Trump being in office is one of the biggest reasons why the world or the United States, the people in this nation feel as though they can say some shit. And the whole Make America Great Again mission is why a lot of people is talking shit. Because I'm gonna tell you, in them Angel Reese fucking chats, man, the motherfuckers is just as bad. Oh yeah, alive and well. Ain't no question. Racism ain't hurting for a motherfucker. They don't need no new people. That bitch got a whole country full of motherfuckers. And I ain't gonna lie to you. That's one of the reasons I made this fucking I even started reporting on Shedeur Sanders because I was seeing this shit on Facebook and how relentless people was in the chats. I could fucking make a post or comment at 3 o'clock in the morning, and by fucking like 3:10, I got a fucking response. So in my mind, I'm like, you know what? I need to be motherfucking reporting on this shit since everybody got some shit to say. That means that's those chats like that gonna have high numbers. And so, yeah, this is why the fuck I'm here. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I know why you here. I had a dude in here the other night say, "Hey, what's so special about Shedeur Sanders? Is it because he's black?" And I guess he thought I was going to say no, but I'm like, bruh, he is the heir to the throne of primetime Deion Sanders. What the fuck you mean? Why is he special? You gotta ask yourself that motherfucking question. But Shedeur Sanders is the overall, out of all sports athletes, he's the number 5 most popular athlete in the fucking world. The motherfucker is 21 years old. You see what I'm saying? When Deion Sanders came into the league, he was popular, but that motherfucker he wasn't the most popular motherfucking athlete. He wasn't in the top 5 most popular athletes in the world. And I can guarantee you that shit. Dion was popular, but he was nowhere near as popular as Shedeur Sanders. This is why they had to snub his ass in the draft. He would have been worth too much goddamn money being the first goddamn pick. Dion wasn't even the first pick. But a black quarterback that's that popular, being the number one pick, bro, listen, he would have had Roger Goodell eating out his motherfucking cleats. They had to chop him in half. There's no way you can let this kind of star power come. Listen, this motherfucker more popular than Taylor Swift. This motherfucker is behind Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, I think Coco, the tennis player, and fucking Michael Phelps. And he 21 goddamn years old. Yeah, they on code. It's called clandestine or clandestiny. Look the word up. Look up the word clandestine. They on that shit. That means ain't nobody even got to tell your ass to get on code. It's already known that you on code. No matter what a motherfucker say, don't you say nothing to go against this motherfucking code. And that's what it been, y'all. But I've been here addressing their ass. The haters, when I tell you I had a whole fucking live, when Dylan Gabriel was still playing, I had a whole live full of nothing but Shedeur haters. And they was so happy that Gabriel was playing. They was typing little shit in the chat. Well, if Shedeur's so good, then why can't he beat out little Gabriel? How come he can't beat him for a starting position? I'm like, that's the most diabolical shit you can ask a motherfucker when you know that the motherfucker who is in charge of letting Shedeur play is on the same shit you on. So how the fuck you gonna ask me why can't Shedeur beat him out for the position? It's a motherfucker like you asking the question that's actually giving out the positions. So little shit like that used to drive me crazy. Oh, well, if Shedeur is so good, then how come nobody's speaking up for him? Did you just see Miles Garrett slamming his motherfucking helmet on the floor? You think he was slamming the helmet because that motherfucker want six sacks instead of 5? No, he's slamming that motherfucking helmet on that motherfucking ground because that motherfucker want to win. If he gonna have 5 sacks, he think he should win. Well, when you got Dylan Gabriel throwing 4.6 yards per attempt, you ain't winning shit. You ain't winning nothing but the shit show. That's it. But yeah, man, that's what it is for real.
When Kevin Stefanski came out Monday and said, "Hey, Shadeur's my starting quarterback for the rest of the season," and not to throw anything into the drama pool or to speculate, but I wonder if that call came above his head. To be quite honest with you, because up until that moment, everything was this week to week this and this week to week that. But I too believe that
everybody called his ass a leprechaun. Oh, short body motherfucker. Oh man. Poor Dylan Gabriel, man. They really put him in a fucked up position, to be honest with you. He could have had a better start to a career. I still don't think he's a fucking NFL quarterback. I think they drafted that motherfucker. I think they planned to draft Dylan Gabriel way before the fucking draft. I think they had you can just tell. If everybody knew that this boy was this good, Mel Kiper is the fucking draft god. There's nobody who knows more about the NFL draft than fucking Mel Kiper. All right? And this motherfucker said it's disgusting what's going on with Dion and Shedeur Sanders. He thinks it's disgusting that they're trying to say that this kid fell in the draft, you know, and there's this little secret or this little situation where they saying they got receipts that he actually wasn't paying attention or came in there with gold chains on and his hat to the back. I'm like, man, that don't even sound like no real shit, man. He needs some cleats like Prince high heel boots. You talking about Dylan Gabriel. Little Dylan, little Dylan. Go sit your ass down, boy. Your ass ain't never getting on the field again. Y'all seen his ass get in for that one play? He thought he was back.
Anything is not really just defined within the numbers, even though the numbers were spectacular, right? I think the eye test is the biggest telltale, right? When you talk about reading somebody's body language, you talk about just being able to like sense the level of confidence, the level of poise, and the level of self belief, and I can go out here and perform at the highest at the highest level to the best of my ability. Then that's already half the battle. And I thought that he was very, very well prepared. A lot has been said about the whole pre-draft process and things like that. And we in this whole documentary phase right now, right?
Yeah, bro. He tried to act like he ain't see 12, right? So what he did was kept looking at his wrist for the motherfucking plays. Boy, if you don't get your little ass to fuck over there on that sideline and hold that clipboard, your ass ain't never getting back in the game. I made a video, like I did a voiceover and shit. Listen, no matter what nobody say about that goddamn concussion, I don't believe that shit, bruh. I don't believe that. I don't believe Dylan Gabriel had no concussion protocol. For one, we ain't never see him go in that tent. That's number one. He never went in the tent. So they could say, oh, he went in, he went and got checked out at halftime. That's the best you could say. But I don't believe that Dylan Gabriel got sat down because of no concussion. I believe that they was taking that motherfucker out at the half anyway. They used the concussion to say, hey, let's look at this. You know what I'm saying? And every fucking player in the NFL could go and get looked at for a fucking concussion. And it could be something that they see to say, hey, you need to sit down for a week. You know what I'm saying? Timmy said, you're right. He couldn't see him. Everybody was taller than him. Charmaine in the house. Charmaine was good, baby. I got my mod in here, my home girl, my people that's on the ground in Cleveland. Shout out to her and Lady in Blue, man. I appreciate y'all. Double tap that screen, man. Let's get some more viewers in here, man. Let's watch some more of this
Watching the
here.
Diddy documentary. For a couple months back when they dropped the Dallas Cowboys documentary. And one of the things that stood out to me is when Emmitt Smith talked about, yeah, man, Dion, like, man, he talk a lot, he real flashy, he come with all of that. But Dion is also somebody that's a student of the game. He studies hard. He's very prepared. Not only that, man, his father comes from that old school class to where his mama didn't play with him, right? Yeah. There's a different level of
Respect.
Dion was raised with. So quite naturally, as a father, I'm a father. You pass some of those traits over and characteristics over to your kids, right? To where these are things that money can't buy. Being prepared, right? Being a constant professional, things like that. You can't pay to have those characteristics, right? Those are things that you are taught at home at an early age and is instilled in you. And so any narrative that was painted or created that Shedeur Sanders was a young man that was ill prepared, I thought that was just flat out like just hating, like for no absolute reason, right? Like we still trying to figure out like what was the whole point in all that. So to see him take all of this serious, right, from the time that he was named the starter and just double down on the level of preparation because he understood what time it was. He understood that he was really playing with a different deck of cards than everybody else. And sometimes, like in life, some of us, man, we got to figure out how to make 6 books out of this hand that we dealt. You either gonna cry about it or you're gonna figure out a way to get it done. And just to see him go out there and you can see continued progression, right? You can see him always being in the lab and trying to get better at the things that he feel like is his strengths, but also really honing in on the things that he might feel is his challenges as well. And to see him like be able to translate that on the football field in this particular game against the Tennessee Titans, like I thought that was amazing, right? You see,
Yeah, he's definitely rookie of the week. He was definitely rookie of the week. Ain't no question about it. Rookie of the week without a shadow of a doubt. He wouldn't have got rookie of the week. We already know that would have been a straight snub as well. But yeah, man, Dollar General, that motherfucker done. He done. I just want to see him on the sideline one time. Like, Y'all remember how when Dylan Gabriel was in the game, they always kept the fucking camera on Shedeur, kept that motherfucker on his face. Can I get the same energy right now, y'all? Somebody need to tell them cameramen, flash that motherfucker over there on Gabriel. We ain't seen this nigga in 3 weeks. Except for that one motherfucking play he came in faking like the fuck he ain't know what was going on. Boy, if you don't get your kneecap, your knee-high ass the fuck off the field and let 12 play, like nigga, they said one play. They ain't tell you was back. They ain't tell you was QB motherfucking one or no shit like that. I don't even know why you looking at your playbook. What you need to be doing is looking your ass over there to the sideline to see where that clipboard at. Cause you ain't the one, champ.
Basically reading the defense and making the proper checks at the line of scrimmage. Mike brought up the stat today about like the how long he held the ball, and I guess it was like low. That's cool and all, but
He called that man dildo. I'm sitting over here like, hold up, what are you talking about? Mel Kiper also stated that dildo was never on any team's draft list. Exactly. You think Mel Kiper don't fucking know? So that's what that's what I'm telling you is that when they started saying, okay, Dion tripping, we're gonna trip on Dion. That's when they started talking about Cam Ward. That's when Cam Ward's name all of a sudden became the name that was possibly going to be the number one. Before that, everybody knew that it was going to be Shedeur, right? So all of a sudden, they threw Cam Ward into the mix. And then you start to hear about Dylan Gabriel, which I'm trying to tell y'all that they already knew that they was going to draft sorry-ass Dylan Gabriel, and they knew he wasn't it. These motherfuckers is billionaires. They got a year to waste on a bullshit-ass quarterback. But Andrew Berry and Jim Haslam got motherfuckers out the way. They got Kenny Pickett out the way. They got Tyler Huntley ass out the way. They got Bailey Zappi the fuck where he was at. And they let Dylan fall. You know what I'm saying? Since they picked him in the fucking 3rd round, they had to let Dylan go out and fall instead of putting Shedeur over top of him. They didn't have to. But if you going by who you selected, even though Kevin Stefanski said it was going to be a fucking clean slate race to QB1, we knew that shit was a lie. But whatever.
thought, me personally, that he did a good job of processing. I thought he did a good job of like making a proper read and getting the ball out on time. I go back to the 60-yard dime with Jerry Jeudy. Talk about another week of preparation and communication with your number one wide receiver, to where you go back and you look at that route. They both made an in route adjustment when they seen that safety wasn't there, right? It's almost damn near he threw him open to a spot to where he keep running.
Double tap that screen, Flex, double tap, double tap, double tap.
That game that just made you go, wow, it made you go, damn. Like that's what he got. And this really been the sample size we had. So outside of the stats, man, I was just really, really excited to see.
B Gang 13 said tanking and letting Shedeur get better while playing it off. Draft linemen and grab some wide receivers. Make a run next year. I ain't even mad at that, dog. I said that. I said that if they're just, you know what I'm saying, tanking and not winning, but you clearly see that they could have won. All the motherfucker had to do was kick the motherfucking field goal, and they would have been going into overtime. But if you're tanking, I'm cool with that. But don't be tanking to go and get another quarterback. Cause they were saying that bullshit, talking about some fucking Charmaine know who the fuck that quarterback is. Some motherfucking quarterback that they act like they try and get next year. Maggiano or Maggiano, whatever the fuck his name is. Like, man, y'all motherfuckers got to be dumb. Again, go ahead, lose 12. You're gonna lose a whole motherfucking city full of motherfuckers too. Mendoza. Yeah, that motherfucker is not that good. He ain't no motherfucking Shedeur Sanders. Cause he ain't did shit in the NFL. When you can do what you did in college and the NFL, then you're an NFL player. But y'all notice Dylan Gabriel can't do this shit that he did in college in the NFL. That's how you know when a motherfucker's not NFL player. You had to be exceptionally blind if you can't see what's going on since Colorado. Nah, exactly. Blind, feeble, you know what I'm saying? A little soft. You gotta be a whole lot of shit to act like you don't know what the fuck is going on. And I love the people that say, well, it can't be about race, because Cam Ward got drafted first. And I'm like, y'all don't get it. Cam Ward not the son of fucking Deion Sanders, dickhead. They don't give a fuck that Cam Ward come from poverty. You know what I'm saying? So they're not worried about him. He's not the prestigious one. It's Shedeur who grew up rich. It's Shedeur who grew up with a silver spoon. It's Shedeur who grew up with a dad that coached him from motherfucking little league all the way up to his first game in the NFL. That game was the first time Deion Sanders was not on the sideline coaching Shedeur in his fucking life. So in essence, you saw a man let his little boy go and become a man without him. But what people screaming is that Shedeur only in the league because Deion his father. But clearly that's a fucking lie because he threw for 364 motherfucking yards in the NFL. And I don't give a fuck what team it is or what stipulations you want to put on that. Your ass, you got some other shit going on. If you can nitpick some shit like that, because it's some bullshit. Stupid Fansky was looking for his great white hope to save him. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Need SS anyways to make them payments on that new stadium. Shaw, man, you ain't never motherfucking lied. You fuck around. Yeah, your ass gonna be at Dollar General. The stadium will be called motherfucking Dollar General. Mendoza is Now. Yeah, he's some shit. I can listen to his last name and tell you he's some shit. You see how the media, even local Browns media, was gassing up Arch Manning. Yes, the fuck they was. The league wants their next great white hype, period. They've been sabotaging Lamar as well through his O-line. Yeah, I can believe that. Y'all already know that this is the last position that a motherfucker can play. That's a glorified position. Anybody can stand there and block. And at this point, that's what they're gonna end up being. They're gonna be blockers, and they might be some defenders. You know, it might be some motherfuckers who can play linebacker and defensive line and shit like that. But you don't really see a lot of white defensive linemen. It's mostly black defensive linemen. But you see a whole lot of white offensive linemen because they're the most least athletic motherfuckers on the field. There ain't no diss to no motherfucking body, but most old linemen is white. You know what I'm saying? Most defensive linemen is big cats. Big dog skin motherfuckers. And that's just the truth. But in a little while, you ain't going the quarterback position is going to be reserved for motherfuckers that's fast, for a motherfucker who can think, for a motherfucker who can throw, and for a motherfucker who can, you know what I'm saying, read the defense. Hint, hint, Jalen Hurts ain't gonna be the motherfucking one because that motherfucker can't read nothing. Yeah, with the Cleveland media, man, you can just tell that Cleveland, they not really ready for no black quarterback. I see when I see the Cleveland fans, it's a lot of white people that look like to me. I mean, I ain't gonna say a lot, but it looks like a mixed ratio of people, and I think that's good. But I see a lot of people, man, they want 12, man. They want 12. They don't want none of this other bullshit.
Him continue to take that next step. I go back to an interview he had the week of his first start and talk about, man, hey, I'm a hands-on runner, right? Got to get out there and get my feet wet, just kind of like, see what I could do, and then once I figure out what's what, even through the mistakes, all right, bet. Now corrective action is going to take its own course. So yeah,
it's so funny because, and a lot of people don't be getting it, man. And this is why I love the barbershop, so we talk about it like off top, like, you know what I'm saying? When we was doing shows together, we talked about how it is, like, you know what I'm saying? One of your favorite artists is Young Dolph, right? And how Dolph just refused to, like, listen, Yo Gotti them was like, yo, we trying to put you on. He like, listen, no. I got my own twins, I got my own cars, like paper route. We over here like this, man. Rule number one, get the money first. Rule number two, don't forget to get the money. Play by these rules, the man thing will be okay. Man, hey, that energy as a youngin, that energy is the, like, that's the energy to want to make something of your own. And I was like, and I had an inkling, because here's the thing too, we got to give them, and I'm gonna tell y'all,
Shit, man.
give some of these folks. You know why? Because I told you how it was. A lot of people don't be paying attention like that. For some people, this the first time they done seen it. This the first time. So a lot of people, like, if you was watching and you knew and you was on it, you was like, oh, listen, no. Let me show you this game. This was different. That's why when it was like, yo, they said he don't. I said, bro, you don't understand. Like, what do you mean he don't know how to get in and out the huddle or repeat the verbiage? I said, bro, this. I said, man. And so now the problem is, and here's how we go with it now, because I agree with what you said. I always tell people this: never be afraid to take new information and use it to your advantage. If I just saw what I saw, I don't care if I've never seen Shedeur Sanders. If I saw what I saw, that's the first time me seeing him, Earl, and he was cooking like that.
I'm understanding.
Ain't never doubled down on nothing. Listen, when Carson Sweat, it took me a couple practices. I said, let me see what this Carson Sweat is. I still remember we was doing a live stream for the second day of the drive. And when the Browns picked Carson Schlesinger, I ain't gonna go lie to y'all. Me, Mike, and G was like, who? They took who? And going back in it, I learned a lot about my profession, right? Just when you think you prepared, make sure you prepare some more. Just when you think that you done looked up all the top prospects, make sure you check that list twice, right? Because bad job out of me. And like some people let us hear it. I didn't know much about Carson Schlesinger at all. I didn't know nothing about Carson Schlesinger at all. Fast forward to where we are now, man, he is one of my favorite players on the entire team.
Double tap that screen, folks. Let's get the likes up. I'm trying to get to 20 likes. Let's get to 20 likes real quick. Double tap, double tap, double tap. If you're on a laptop or a PC, then hit that like button for me, folks. Let's run these numbers out.
Henry was drafted in the third round of that same draft, right? Mm-hmm. If you remember, Braylon rookie season did not get off to the best start. No, I think he got Cincinnati for the first time, and Chris Henry is going off. And I just remember looking like, hey, who the hell is that? And why did we draft him instead? Who's this guy? Like, this dude is nice. And when you see the information, so when we talk about the quarterback situation and you see what it is, not only was it, I thought it was a great game because I thought it checked all the boxes. For Shedeur, it's one of these things that hopefully we get to the point where we just talk about the football field and everybody know we can play. And then we can kind of talk about what other coaches and other fan bases do, which is how we get this team to the Super Bowl. But I thought the pocket presence was there. I think he showed.
Hey, Teresa, shout out to you in the chat. What city and state you listening in from, love?
You talk about coming back. I love the way he came back from adversity after an interception. I love what he did right there. All of those things. And those things are things that I think dead talking points, but like we always talk about it, Earl, though. Let's keep it a buck, though. The numbers was crazy. Browns, Unk and my man Unk and Ocho Cinco, they was already on it. Nightcap, 4 total touchdowns, 393 total yards. First rookie quarterback to throw for 300 yards this season. That shut a lot of people up. And then this one, we talked about it on UCSS. First rookie quarterback with over 350 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, a rushing touchdown in the game in the Super Bowl era. Joe Burrow, Shedeur Sanders. My thing is, let me ask you this: why is there so many people? Then this poll is getting shorter. Why are there so many people that are resistant to this? Like, because when I see it would just shut me up. I was just, I'm gonna go over here and chill out. That was a crazy game. Why do you think that there's so many? Well, it was the Titans. Well, we got to pump our brakes. Why do you think that is? And speak to it from our fan base, because a lot of people, this are people. What's going on here? Why are you? What are we doing?
All right, so in my opinion, I think that when people are too stubborn or stubborn enough not to change their minds or change their opinion or admit they were wrong when new information is presented to them, they've already made their mind up one way or another that no matter what happens,
They ain't fucking with.
staying here. And me and you both know how this media game goes, right? And this media game depends on who you
Hey, y'all, let's get these likes up to 20. Let's get these likes up to 20, man. We talking Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns, man. There's some real shit going on right now. The boy is being elevated to where he said he was going to be.
some type of micro to where you can try to pick it apart and try to have some type of negative analysis about it, right? And so for everybody that's always saying it was the Tennessee Titans, nobody's saying it was the Miami Dolphins when Dylan Gabriel won his first game.
Exactly.
Crazy, right?
Goofy shit.
Tennessee Titans is a football team, right? I'm gonna say this again. Tennessee Titans is an NFL football team. Okay, so for those who feel like that you just want to dismiss the Titans or discredit the Titans because they are god awful or they came into this game with one win, yeah, that's crazy, right? Because I bet you that one win Tennessee Titans team will whoop every single college football team ass over and over and over and over again, right? This the big boy league, and those dudes get paid too. And if we want to break it down even further, the reason why Tennessee is god awful is because they offense ain't worth a damn, right? But if we keep it a buck, their defense ranks better than the team that we're about to play this Sunday in the Chicago Bears. They're still an NFL team. People are still like got integrity, got dignity. Last time, man, that's Jeffrey Simmons on that defensive line, right?
That man,
So, like with all type of consciousness in the world, make the conscious decision to dismiss his numbers and his historic performance, all because you was playing against a team that's a quote unquote bad football team. Then that's a bad job out of you, right? Because you got to be able to give credit when credit is due.
Yes, sir.
Criticism, like if you're gonna be the type of person that give criticism, so when nobody really gave a shot to really do so.
I am now excited about this core, man. I mean, you throw Judkins in, mind you, Judkins, Harold Fannin Jr., he's already going to break the tight end rookie. He already broke that record, right? Now you got Dylan Sampson, right? You see, he caught the ball well down the stretch.
Yes, sir.
Mason Graham coming along. Then you throw 12 in there, and you might have snuck around and got you a quarterback. I'm super excited to see this core. And the fact that these young dudes is going to get an opportunity the next 4 weeks coming up against good teams like the Bears, the Bills, Steelers, Bengals. What are you looking forward to in terms of what you want to see from this young collective moving forward in these next couple of games?
So the title, a little sneak peek. The title of the show or the title of the camp, but also 2 months short. Shedeur Sanders, Quinshawn. Those are some pretty nice building blocks for a team that is considered to have not a lot of good talent on their roster, right? And it gets you excited about forget the future right now, just these next 4 games because the work that's put in throughout the week, the communication that's had throughout the week is only going to make what we see on Sundays better each and every week, right? Now, granted, defenses is going to make their adjustments, and the challenges might be different from week to week. But when you build that chemistry and that camaraderie, like it makes being able to overcome those obstacles a little bit easier, right? And I know this is like a far-fetched comparison right now, man, but Remember, like when LeBron first left, D Wade, Chris Bosh all on the stage. That's how I'm looking at Shedeur Hill Fanning and Quinshawn Junkins right now.
Man, listen. Can you imagine we said that on UCSS? Oh my God!
Oh man,
Like, you guys, this is the reason you
excited, right? And I'm allowed to speak positive affirmations. I think all three of these dudes can be that good. They have all showed you in their own way that they got that it factor, right? Like we probably getting to a point now to where like Harold Fanning probably looking at Genty and Junkins like, man, rookie of the year, where? Who y'all talking to? Who y'all talking to?
What are you talking about? You nice? Nah, bro. And look, more than anything, I think listen, Earl, I think, and we're gonna do this, we're gonna get here. We might get to a couple of super chats. We appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Make sure y'all catching up about 7:30. Move right on up. Follow us right over there. We got another show planned for you. Ultimate 216. We're gonna be right over there 7:30. Make sure you catch that on YouTube. Here's the thing though, Earl. I think the thing about a lot of people, and we don't get, and I'm not saying this no knock to nobody else. You ain't gonna find, I don't care who you is on that show. You're not gonna find anybody more invested in the Cleveland Browns than me and Earl. Let me tell you that again. We don't got secondary and thirdary teams. We don't, we do meet and greets. We do meet and greets in the streets during the games, like during Sundays. We go to the muni lights. We like people say, G. Bush, how many Browns hats you got? All of them. If they come out with some, I got all the hats. You ain't never gonna meet nobody who's invested more in the Cleveland Browns than us. It's the only team we root for. I ain't play professionally. I root for OU, McKinley, and the Browns. I can't say that for everybody else on these shows. No disrespect. We gotta say what we gotta say. This is our squad. So we literally want to be excited. When I say I'm excited, I wake up looking for an opportunity to watch for the future and to see and figure out. And for once, I woke up last game and Shedeur was playing. The feeling after that game of he just had something to the Browns are scaring. These young boys is out. They feel like they underdogs. And when I say I'm excited to see the last 4 games, I'm excited, bro.
This is how I could put it, right? Because I think everything you said is just absolute facts, right? And I think, with me personally, because I am a producer, I spend a lot of times behind the scenes or upstairs. Like, people forget, like, I'm really, really passionate about this team. And the running joke has been in Cleveland, bro. Broke me. Like, I'm a fan. Forget all this. I'm a fan. I worked a regular 9 to 5 for like 12, 13, 14, 15 years. Just being a fan, having like cooler talk, right? Before any of this was a thing. I am really, really passionate about this team. The name on the front of the jersey matters to me more than the name on the back of the jersey. But damn, it's a beautiful thing because me and you come from that era to where like we ain't got different favorite teams, but I got a lot of different favorite players.
Double tap that screen, y'all. Double tap that screen. We in here. Shedeur Sanders. It's 12 energy all up through the building. You already know what it is, man. Hit that like button.
It's all money in, no money out. RP Nipsey Hustle. That's exactly how I look at it, right? One of my favorite players.
We didn't even wear it was get Shedeur. Earl was texting him like, dang, bro, I wonder who gonna pick him up. Browns moved up. I said, oh, hell no. What?
Y'all see my initial reaction for his first career touchdown pass when we did the live watch party, man. Like, I'm really passionate about this team, and I want to see this team have success. And I believe that Shedeur Sanders can be the franchise quarterback of this team.
Ain't no question. Shedeur Sanders is franchise quarterback.
And I'm a dreamer, right? And I've been having visions of this dude, like I said, since that Raiders game last year. And I think that was week 3 of the 2024 season. I just think that all football play aside, he has everything else that you need in a franchise quarterback, right? When you got that self-confidence, that self-belief, when you a believer, when you a man of the cloth, when you got like all of that, and then you double down on the fact that you are a stewardess over your craft, meaning that you do work hard, despite what some people might say. And when you do understand that you have that armor on and you can actually like handle everything, all the scrutiny, like all the adversity, man, that's only half the battle. Boom. Then you can show up on the football field too. That's a win-win situation. You talk about that young core. Okay, now it's time to build around it. Quite honestly, I know a lot of people be down on Jerry Judy, man, but I think he's playing out of position. I think Jerry Judy is a sloppy. I do. Right. So if you could draft a Cardell Tate, maybe sign a George Pickens, right? Or draft a Tyson and maybe sign another wide receiver. And then put Judy in a slot. All of a sudden, Judy looks different, right? Get another tight end in here to go with Harold Fannin Jr. You know what I'm saying? Invest in some offensive linemen. Invest in another running back, even though you got Quinshawn Judkins and Dylan Sampson. Oh, none of us like Jerome Ford. All right, let's be clear about that, right? You need to get you another running back. And then this off season, what if Quinshawn Judkins actually turns into an every single down back, right? Like I'm having visions of how this thing can play itself out, right? That's just me.
Hey, listen, man, I'm excited about it, man. For Chief Bush, you got your last comment, bro?
Yeah, also, man, shout out to every single last one of y'all, man. I've been reading some of the people in the chat. Man, since y'all came aboard, man, just thanks supporting me. Thanks supporting me in my journey. Make sure y'all follow me on my new Twitter page. Y'all know I got hacked. Underscore 216. I'll shoot y'all a follow back, man. But thanks to all y'all for showing love, man.
Appreciate you. Peace.
Listen, man, that 12 energy is big, man. It's a lot of people rooting. I'm trying to tell y'all, this man is the 5th most popular athlete in the world, and he's the #1 most popular football player in the world. I don't know how the hell that happens, but it definitely happened. And yeah, I'm proud of that, man. Let me see. Spiritual War Exposed says, I hope Shedeur gets traded to a team with a better environment. It's way too negative there. Their media don't like him. They try to fake like they do. It's some Cleveland media that like him. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude Rizzo, I believe he likes Shedeur, but if at first he didn't seem like he liked him because he didn't see anything that he could relate to. But the dude Tony Grassi or Grossi or Grassi, whatever the fuck his name, he don't like Shedeur. Yeah, he does not like Shedeur. He probably changed his mind by now too when the motherfucker throw for 364 motherfucking yards. I changed my mind about some shit too.
Hello, it's your favorite sports thunk here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fastest growing community on YouTube. Remember, Nightcap doesn't happen without you. So please subscribe or you're going to make
rumors. Yes, the fast he wants out, y'all. Out of Cleveland.
Atterbury reported that Kevin Stefanski likely wants out of Cleveland. The one thing that would be really frustrating for me if the coach in Cleveland, you've been trying to make decisions for football reasons and no one will accept them. I can tell you just knowing the number of people that I know work there, that the quarterback situation was handled this year over the last 6-7 months in a way that was based solely on how guys were performing in practice. It makes Stefanski look bad now because Shedeur played well. If you're Kevin and you're making all these decisions based on football decisions, and you made a lot of other decisions over the years that were constantly second guessed, this way is constantly a circus, well, you'd be sick of it. Has this become, this hasn't worked out for either one of us in the last couple of years, so maybe it's just time?
I would love to see that.
250 win percentage over the last 2 years. He's a 2-time coach of the year, Ocho. What are you thinking?
I mean, it's tough. I think Stefanski is in a tough spot. Now, obviously, we're 6-24. Having on your resume being
6-24.
It gives you a little bit more grace. But obviously, you can't operate without a quarterback. You can't operate without a quarterback. So understanding what we've seen from Shedeur so far, and the stuff and the action that occurred before he was put in position to be the starter. Obviously, you want your best player out there playing quarterback for you that gives you your best chance to win. And most of the time, I say it all the time, Uncle, you say it all the time, players get coaches fired. Players get coaches fired. So for a coach, you would always want to be in a position to have players in there that can do right by you. That can do right by you, not just you, but your team as well, and give yourself a chance and give you some grace and longevity as a coach. So I'm not sure why they're playing, why the games have been played in general in Cleveland. It's been a damn circus, huh? It's been a goddamn circuit, Joe. So
Spiritual War Exposed says, bruh, they all fence ride and Rizzo. I don't trust him either. Once you show me who you are, I believe your motherfucking ass. Double tap that screen, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. We only got 10 likes in here, man. I need y'all to tap on that screen, man. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. We got Uncle Ocho on the screen, and you know they're gonna keep it real.
And just some of the play call. I don't want to get into all that. We've all seen it. We've all heard it. You know something's right, and anyone that says it's not right, based on all the evidence that we've seen since the draft up until this point, I mean, you just turn the blind eye to the bullshit.
What if it's a situation, Ocho, where Kevin Stefanski really wanted to play Shedeur and he was handcuffed?
Mm.
Come on. You think that's what it sounds like to me? I mean, if we're to believe what Albert Breer is being reported, how much
Y'all believe that shit?
say do
Charmaine, you believe that shit?
that Kevin Stefanski have over the final 53? How much say does he have in the draft? How much say does he have in free agency? Does he have say Mike Tomlin, like an Andy Reid, like a Sean McVay? He has a Mike Vrabel. Do you think he has that kind of say, Ocho?
I would think so.
Or Sean Payton?
Two-time coach of the year would have some say so, and some of the personnel that he brings in. I would think so.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
With some of the things that were going on, I felt like basically Kevin Stefanski was basically Nico Harris.
Yeah.
I felt he was
taking the fall. Yeah, you did.
He's taking the fall for the upper management above his pay grade. That the owner came out and said, "Listen, this wasn't my pick. I didn't want Shedeur." So I think he's taking the blunt and all the heat, and his hands are tied.
This could be real.
You say it might be a possibility where he had no control over it, and maybe he did want him to start the whole time. But there's a pecking order, like we just talked about.
Yeah.
There's a third round pick. Oh well, he's a third round pick for a reason. So he's always going to get first dibs, no matter what.
And you're not normally taking quarterbacks a third and you're asking for trouble. The last time we see somebody take a quarterback, because look, go back and look at Washington. Mike didn't want to take a quarterback, didn't want to trade that pick. Right. He felt they could sit right there where they were and get the quarterback that they wanted. He really liked Cousins. He felt he could get Cousins where they got Cousins and could be fine.
Yeah.
You're in salary cap hell, because remember that was the year, that the uncapped year, and everybody dumped all their money in that. Dallas and Washington had to pay all that salary cap money because they had dumped all that in a non-cap year. And the NFL said, "Nah, you couldn't do that. You cheated." So they take a quarterback at number 2, and then they turn right around and take Cousins. Well, how do you think this was going to work out? You take a quarterback in the 3rd round, and then you take another quarterback in the 5th round. Yeah. How do you think this is going to work out?
I think maybe security. That's the only thing I can think of. Security.
They're asking for trouble.
Understanding that Joe Flacco was going to only give you so much time left at his age. Okay, we got.
Yes.
But are we sure Dylan Gabriel is? You know what? We're not sure, so we're gonna take another one.
Right.
Huh?
Who goes into normally that's not how you supposed. That's not how you draft. Joe. You don't draft the guy and say, "Well, he might not be here." If you think he might not be here, why you draft him?
That's a good question.
But I mean, I'm not going to the store. You buy the car, man. The car might put me down, but I'm gonna go ahead and buy it anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Listen, from training camp to preseason, Shedeur has had the best statistics from what we've seen.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it's like, to me, it almost kind of feels like perfect time. Like you say, Dylan Gabriel went third round, and Shedeur went 5th. It's kind of a pecking order. I'm kind of picking. And he knows what's at stake. He knows everybody's watching, and man, he just looked like a guy with a lot of confidence and poise out there. He looked great under center. And you think about it, Ocho, look at the guys he was throwing to. All the guys that he was throwing to were the rookies that came in with him.
Yep.
And so it's not an accident. Those are most of the guys that he was getting the reps with.
Right.
It's just hard for me to see a scenario. I mean, like I said, some people say that didn't happen, but I've never been on a team where the backup didn't get at least 2 reps, period.
Right.
See what I'm saying? These professionals saying this shit.
Trent Dilfer, who backed up Tony Banks, and he still got 2 reps a period.
See what I'm saying? This is shit I need for motherfuckers to hear and understand that. Cam Newton said the same shit. He couldn't see a situation where he would go into a game and play with an offense that never heard his goddamn cadence. Never, don't even know his snap count. See, we saying this shit like, this ain't Little League. You got to know all that shit. When it comes to receivers, you got to know what they finicky about, what they like, how the fuck do they want the pass? Are they stop and go receivers or are they long ball receivers? You got to know all that shit. And just coming in a game against the Ravens when the shit really count, that ain't no easy shit to do. So I know all the haters and the trolls and shit was love saying shit like, oh, well, he should have been ready. I thought he was going. He said that he prepared to be ready. So when he got a chance, why wasn't he ready? Motherfucker, don't ask me no motherfucking questions. Like I really fuck with you like that. Don't try to get in my chat and ask me no stupid ass questions. But y'all know that's the sentiment of the shit that people was doing and saying.
We had a veteran, Randall Cunningham, who backed up Elvis Gerback, and he still got 2 reps a period. Maybe 3.
You played with Randall?
Yeah, I played with yeah.
Hey, where this was at?
In 2001 in Baltimore.
Hey, that's dope. I didn't know Randall was in. I was there.
Yeah.
I didn't know Randall was there.
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's dope, man.
So this notion that you wouldn't give a rookie that had the potential to go in the game any reps when veterans that have been starters had been to Pro Bowls was getting reps is just it was just unconscionable to me that people thought that was okay.
That's what I couldn't. That's what I couldn't understand. Look, if y'all don't understand, I know I don't. I'm like, man, I don't know what's going on out here.
Look, we know every coach, every general manager has their guy in the media. When they want to get certain things out, Joe.
Yeah, they know how to get it out.
I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm saying I know that to be factual. So what I want.
Hey, I'm trying to get these likes up to 20 real quick. Let's start with a early number. Let's get to 15. Let's run these numbers up to 15 real quick. We got over 30 people in the chat, almost 40 people in the chat. Let's run these numbers up.
Like to get information. I don't, because I be using it. And they gonna yeah. The person I'm talking about gonna know I got that from a very, very reputable person. So I just let stuff go. I just like, hey, from my personal experience and how stuff go, but y'all best believe. I be knowing. I be knowing. But I mean, he's a 2-time coach of the year, Ocho. I don't know. Look, the Baker situation, how that worked out.
Let's get to 15, y'all.
The Shedeur, how that's playing out. Who knows? Maybe they want a high draft pick. I don't know. Mendoza, I believe Mendoza's going to win the Heisman Trophy on Saturday.
Yeah.
It's just like, and Ocho, he might turn around and he might be, who knows, great, historically great.
Right.
But as I look at him and look at Shedeur, I mean, if Shedeur had that kind of offensive line protection when he was in college, are we sure?
Right.
So I don't know if Stefanski want out. Maybe that's a situation where they probably want him out. I don't think he'd be unemployed long. I mean, he is a 2-time coach of the year, Ocho. He is fairly young. But
Look, there are going to be some openings. What? Well, first of all, we already know there are going to be 2 openings in Tennessee and the Giants. And the likelihood there might be more. Who knows? It might.
Do y'all think Stefanski is going to survive the year? Is he solid? Is he in with Jimmy Haslam or what?
Just be leaving too. But hey, the thing is, and the NFL, you remember Ocho a couple of years ago, they sent that memo out, man, y'all got to stop hiring and firing. Because think about it, the John Gruden thing, he got AP on the contract. He still got to pay that. Now you got Pete. So you got 3 guys that ain't coaching.
That's who I heard was up for the job in Cleveland, y'all. I heard that John Gruden has been contacted by Jim Haslam. I don't know how serious this is. I don't know how truthful it is, but I did hear that Jim Haslam made a call to John Gruden about coaching the Browns next year. And what do y'all think about that? And has anybody else heard anything about Chucky, John Gruden, going to the Cleveland Browns? That would be crazy. I would love to see Shedeur be coached by, even though he did horrible at the Raiders. Who knows? I don't know how the hell he can always get a job, but looks like, they're considering him to come and coach for the Cleveland Browns.
Coaching for you that you paying. Yeah. And then if you bring another coach in, you got to pay him. That's for and staff.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet 5.
Hey, that's impatience.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how this thing plays out, Ocho. But at the end of the day, you know what's in that division. Joe Burrow's in that division. When he's healthy, he's unbelievable. The
Double
thing
tap that screen, folks. Double tap.
is in that division. Lamar is hurt. And he's missing throws, and he's not running like he once did, Ocho, because I think he's afraid he's gonna hurt that hamstring again. Mm-hmm. And so look, Lamar is missing throws that Lamar hadn't missed since his rookie year. Yeah. So, in order for you to be in that division, your quarterback's got to play well. You got Aaron Rodgers. Now we don't know if he's going to come back. Be at 42 and coming back. I don't know. But you got to have a quarterback in that division, just like the AFC West. You got to have a quarterback. AFC South, quarterback. You got Stroud, you got Lawrence, and they had competent quarterback play in Indy for a while until he got hurt, and now it seems like it's going to hell in the handbasket. They brought a granddad out of retirement, so it's gonna be very, very interesting to see how this thing plays out in Cleveland.
Man, what y'all think about Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement to play fucking football? My thing is, he was sorry as shit when he was in the league. So why in the fuck? This must be some buddy system shit. I can't see a scenario where I'm calling fucking that old motherfucker to come in. He gotta be like 42 years old to come and coach my motherfucking team. Hell no.
Hey, y'all think they gonna sign Phillip Rivers?
Oh yeah,
they already signed it.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. The question is if he's gonna start. That's the question. It ain't the question if they gonna sign him. If he gonna start.
I'm saying who else they got that can play in front of him?
They got Riley Leonard, but he got a banged up knee.
Yeah, I mean he's starting. He's starting. Listen, hey Joe. I mean, there's a relationship and understanding of scheme and tactics between Shane Steichen and Phillip Rivers. So the system, he's very familiar with it, and because he's so familiar with the system, all it is now is getting as much timing and chemistry as you can, with the offense and with the players right now. But he's gonna start Sunday. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure for what he does is he's giving and hoping and giving that team a chance to keep their head above water because they still have a chance to make the playoffs, and they're just trying to see this. We're gonna kick these tires and see what Phillip Rivers can do for us. for the rest of the season to see if we can make a run at the playoffs. And
What the hell is Phillip Rivers playing for? That shit is ridiculous.
hey,
They give them 2 first-round picks, and the further you fall down the standing, the higher those picks are.
Yeah.
So guess what? Next year, if Daniel Jones doesn't come back healthy because he was dealing with a broken leg and now he's got a torn Achilles, so he's got to heal 2 injuries. Now you mess around and be like the Indy of old.
Yeah.
Where the Jets gonna get a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
They might have 2 top 5 picks. It don't look like they might be some slaw because they're looking for a quarterback too.
You right back at square one.
Hey, them injuries gonna take a while to heal, man. You ain't gonna be able to rush Daniel Jones back.
Double tap, y'all. Daniel Jones hurt like a mug. Double tap that screen, folks.
Tibia or lower leg. Damn, that's fibula.
Fibula, yeah.
So that's the only reason playing Ocho and Joe is because they were in prime position to make the playoffs. That means the picks gonna probably be way on down there, 24, somewhere between 24 and 32. You can live with that. I ain't really trying to get no top 10, team pick, no early team, no top 10 pick. I ain't really trying to do that for you, bro.
Right.
Because they went all in. When you make that trade for Sauce Gardner, you basically said, I'm jumping on this thing with both feet.
Yeah. How long Sauce gonna be out?
He nicked. I mean, he got a calf injury. Ain't no telling. And then plus Daniel Jones, it don't matter what Sauce doing. You got to have a quarterback.
Yeah.
Hell, he can't throw the ball.
Yeah, he might be 44, but that's all you got. That's all. And even at 44,
man, it's hard for me to believe that you couldn't scour 31 other teams' practice squad and say, hey, bro, this is an opportunity for you to start.
Absolutely not.
I mean, they reached out to Sam Ellinger, who's on the Broncos practice squad. He said, no, I'm good. He said, all y'all gonna do is get me over there, and then at the end of the season, y'all gonna cut me. Let me stay right there where I am. I know the system. I'm cool.
Yeah, and hold on, I got one for you better.
Who that?
Even if there are 31 other teams with 31 other backups, how many of those 31 other backups are better than Phillip Rivers even right now at 44?
Well, we're gonna find out on Sunday.
Right.
And so I need to bring your ass over on Sunday.
All right.
Because you know this. Your spidey senses, even in the offseason, from the time your last game until the time you come back, your spidey senses have to heighten. They have to get back in alignment. They don't tingle like they once did. Can you imagine, Ocho? Can you imagine? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, Ocho, you 30. You don't play the game for 5 years, and they say, you know what, Ocho, come on back out, and you come back out there at 35. Boy, you're gonna be running through man's own read. They're gonna be tearing your ass up. You're gonna be.
Yeah, I think if anything, he might be just a beat off. That's it.
Yeah,
he's gonna be.
Because it ain't nothing changed. It's not like he was running. It's
Beat
not like
off.
he was Michael.
Oh, swing.
He was stationed. He had cement shoes on when he was 25.
Shit, man, he gonna be handing that thing. He finna be handing that thing off. If y'all think
when you see what they did, is that because they know Daniel Jones can't run like he once did, they stacked the line. They say, "Nah, we're not gonna let Johnny JT beat us. Beat us throwing the ball." Took that away from him.
Hey, 12 energy. Hey. He got that 12 energy. Hey. 12 energy. How you like that? Hey. Hit that fucking like button for me. Hey.
Cracking this group's windshield and causing the Knights to take an unexpected
Got bars for you.
by Edna's one.
Don't do me like that.
On into the barbershop. It's your boy G Bush. We pulling up early. Actually, we're not early. We're a little late, man. We did like an hour and a half on Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show. So if you check that out, make sure y'all peep that out. We back at it again. We ain't even ate no food. I just went, recycled my joint. I said, no, put my plate up. We'll work. We'll get that to that later. We got to get to this game. Shedeur Sanders debut for the Cleveland Browns today. Browns come up short 23-16 in a loss to the Baltimore Ravens. And let me tell you this. Listen, this game, defense played lights out. Myles Garrett again. Listen, Myles Garrett might win Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, the fact that he won defense.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Bear with me. Here we go. Double tap that screen, y'all. I need them likes.
And Cam Ward side by side. Now, Cam Ward's job is a little more difficult because he's going against the Browns defense, which is better. But if Shedeur Sanders comes out here and outplays and looks like he's competent and puts up numbers and the Cleveland Browns win, and he looks better, more comfortable, able to throw the ball downfield, hitting his reads, moving the team up and down the field, putting points on the board, and he looks better than Cam Ward, then what it tells you is this. They got Cam Ward, and they took him number 1 overall. We put some things around Shedeur Sanders. We eliminate this garbage playbook.
Here we go. I still need to get to 15 with them likes. I need 4 more likes, y'all. Let's get to it. 4 more likes. That's all I need, man. Double tap that screen. Please. Christmas time is coming, y'all. I should be here in no time. Good Travis, y'all.
Now, this is what I don't understand about this, right? And we all talk about holding people accountable and doing certain things, and every day is an evaluation day. But how the Cleveland Browns have handled this issue have made matters worse week in and week out. It keeps getting worse.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, you find some type of positivity that we can garner from this season. Because now instead of saying, hey, do we have our quarterback? We could potentially start to say, all right, how can we evaluate our quarterback? Instead of bringing the media into our issues even the more, you decide to make the most egregious decision of the year.
Yeah.
And I don't get it. You put the ball in a running back's hand in a most gotta have it situation. And I get it. If it was the first week,
Yeah.
we done seen that happen. If it's the second week, it's like, all right, cool. Maybe he not ready still. But you got 3 weeks, so you have had 3 weeks to implement 2-point conversion plays, but also gotta have it moments in the game. Why would you take a quarterback out? Something head scratches, and that's why I'm going back to the thought. It's like, yo, is it a fireable offense? Hell yeah, I'm doubling down on that.
Yeah.
Because if Shedeur didn't perform up to the standard that he wanted to, or that the expectations of the coaches, what would have happened?
What are we talking about?
And
He'll be pulled out of there.
Hello.
He won't be the starter.
Hello.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden, we get head coaches, general managers, and ownership in these positions where we also got to hold them accountable to the certain pitfalls and decision making that they've made. And if it don't turn out, it's like, bro,
Oh, well.
we messed up. My fault. My bad.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? It's Bush League activity that's going on in Cleveland.
Mhm.
And when is somebody going to wake up, realize, open their eyes? It's like, yo, hey, he's a two-time head coach of the. Like, bro, that's cool and all, but dog, how you've handled this situation has been something that is not acceptable.
And when you say this situation, is it just a 2-point conversion or just Shedeur?
Shedeur.
Yeah.
Shedeur. Shedeur.
Yeah.
Shedeur.
Yeah.
It's like, dog, he has literally rose from the concrete
Literally.
to give some type of inkling of hope.
In Cleveland.
And that's hard to do in Cleveland. From recent years and recent memory.
Yeah.
And you got an individual that has played somewhat of a better game than we used to seeing at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Putting up them type of numbers. His arm got us in a position to be able to have an opportunity to win. And you take him out, boy, it couldn't have been me.
Like, what is going through his mind during that time?
It couldn't have been me.
Yeah.
It couldn't have been me. I've always held coaches accountable,
Yeah.
especially with me on the team.
And when you said it couldn't have been you, even in the post-game press conference, you know, they try to ask Shedeur and pin him against the coach. And he had his back. He had Coach Stefanski's back and was saying he'll never go against the coaches and the plays they call. But, you know.
That's what he's supposed to say, Peggy.
Yeah.
It's to the politics at the QB position.
Yeah. So what do you say for this, though? When Stefanski names and comes out and says Shedeur is the starter for the rest of the season, do you think he is, or Shedeur is Stefanski's guy now, or he's pressured to play him?
Man, that's not even a question to ask, Peggy. Because
What's the question?
You're not sitting up here.
He's definitely pressured to play. What y'all think? Y'all think that he's being pressured to play that boy? Or has he come to a realization? I think we all know the answer to that. Shout out to James in the chat. He says, I wish he had Travis Wester and Horn Jr. put them in the NFL portal. Shout out to you in the chat, man.
Asking me is Kevin Stefanski falling in love with Shedeur Sanders because evidence.
Hey, James, what city and state you listening in from, champ?
Show that he don't want Shedeur.
So I make this decision.
You are forced to make this decision. That's the best opportunity to win football games. And I don't give a daggone about draft picks. It's about evaluating the talent that you have at your disposal at this point in time.
Yeah.
You don't even know if you're going to be there next year.
That's true.
It's your job as a coach to develop players.
Yeah.
And Stephen A. made this point. Why take Shedeur Sanders out in that situation of winning when you're evaluating to see if he's capable? You don't know if he's capable or not. If I'm Kevin Stefanski, I'm putting Shedeur Sanders in the best situations, in the worst situations, in our situation.
Shout out to Central New York. Shout out to Central New York, upstate. What it do, what it do.
Just so I can see what Shedeur Sanders really gives our team at the quarterback position.
But that's what I'm saying. At the quarterback position, do you even think? I don't feel like Coach Stefanski even wants Shedeur there next season. And that's my question to you. What is Shedeur? What's at stake? What is Shedeur playing for? Is he playing to be or even fight for a starting spot as the quarterback for next year? Or is this trade bait?
Everything that he's trying to do is backfiring on him.
Yeah.
Because even if he was not a Shedeur Sanders fan, we're putting him in the most messed up situations just to see.
The way he can do it.
You find out who you
Yep. By going to war with him.
If it's an employee, it don't matter if it's a partner, it don't matter if it's your wife, your homeboy, you got
to be able to put everybody in those situations so you can really find out and see. You finding out if Shedeur is your guy and you taking him out, that's counterproductive.
Yeah.
No,
Absolutely.
put Shedeur. No, we need to see. We need to figure this out. And if Shedeur is the player that I know him to be, he want that.
No.
The playmaker want that opportunity to say, no. If you put that ball in somebody else's hand, coach, that's a sin.
Yeah. And he said, I want the ball. I will always want the ball when the game on line.
So why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And that's the biggest kind of like, wait, what? You did what? Bro, I was watching that. Said to myself, ain't no way. They drew that up and thought, or as my kids say, and thunk that it was going to work out in their favor. Because in a wildcat formation, you remove all doubt from the defenders to say, hold on, you got a running back there? Man, run commit, man. And even if you don't get back there, you're gonna affect the running back. It's gonna be a pop pass or a gadget gadget play.
Yeah.
Imagine being able to build
Cam know the shit.
just by thinking about it. Meet base 44.
Cam's a quarterback, so he know what the fuck he talking about.
All parties accountable, not just the players. And that's the most important thing about this platform. It's about accountability, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to say that I'm not a fan of Coach Stefanski. I'm not a fan of Coach Kevin Stefanski's decision making and how he has handled the Shedeur Sanders experiment.
Yeah.
Like, bro, these are Bush League blunders that we're seeing transpire in the National Football League, coming from a 2-time Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
So if I'm Cleveland, that next game, bro, I have fire Stefanski. I know that's a bold statement, but bro, come on now. Listen, already in that division, when the division is in question, as it has been all year, for the first time in a long time, because you got 2 game changes in your division.
Yeah.
To figure out if we're going to be competitive moving forward. You got the Baltimore Ravens, who's suffering this year, the Pittsburgh Steelers, who's also suffering this year. You got the Cincinnati Bengals, who's suffering this year. And then you got old Cleveland. So moving forward, I'm sitting up here saying this was supposed to be our year. And we don't doggone shoot our own selves in the head. Because these are self-inflicted issues rather than saying, I'm going to name the starter because we need to evaluate to see who we got here.
Correct.
Hey, I'm going to do it this way because I know this is for the betterment of our team.
My man said up here with another superstar. Up here with another up-and-coming superstar in Cayenne Anthony. What position he play, man?
I'm not going to create any type of other sagas or storylines to allow people to. So I'm not going to do that. Yeah. It's not fair to our players. It's not fair to our coaching staff, and it's doggone not fair to the individuals that are really taking it upon themselves to be the best professional that they could possibly be, week in and week out.
Yeah.
And our own coach is holding us back.
So let me ask you this, because a lot of times, like, what do we want to see from Shedeur? And I'm gonna get to that. But from Coach Stefanski, if you saying fire Coach Stefanski, put him on the chopping block, what can he show you as a coach now in these next few games to actually get him to come back next year if his job is in question? They have the Bears, the Bills, the Steelers, and the Bengals. The rest of their games of the season.
That's some tough games.
From Coach Stefanski, if anything is possible,
bro, just do your job. Stop causing these distractions.
Is it a win thing, or I just need to see?
Man, at this particular point, it's not about winning. It's about evaluating. You know you're not going to the playoffs, which is even more of the reason. Like, why are you calling that play?
This is a glorified practice.
Come on, dude.
This is a glorified practice.
Everybody is up for evaluation.
Oh, shit, that's Carmelo Anthony's son?
And if he can't put this team in the best situation, which he has not,
yeah,
we need to get rid of him.
That's real.
It has nothing to do with personal thoughts. I'm going off of what has been showed and displayed week in and week out.
And it's showing that you're not even putting the team in the best place to win. That's the thing.
That's where we have to open.
Give me a fighting chance. Give me something to believe in, Coach.
What's that?
Yeah. What was that?
Coach, what's that?
Yeah.
If I'm the owner, if I'm the general manager, I'm really having these conversations. I don't give a doggone if we're not seeing eye to eye. Hey man, hey, whoa. Hey man, you got to explain this. It's like one of them kids that you have in your household. Hey, son, that's just stupid right there.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let's talk this one out.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
It was. It couldn't have been.
But what was going through your mind?
It was. Take me through.
Just help me.
Yeah,
Let's do this. Because it's like, take me through there. He gone. Like, for real.
Facts.
When you see the play being called, Shedeur's like, yo, like, why are you taking like I'm out.
Some bullshit. Y'all know that's some bullshit. Double tap that screen if you know that's some goddamn bullshit. Hit that like button if you know that's some bullshit.
Scored a touchdown. I'm hot right now.
I'm kind of hot.
Right now.
Like, you think what I'm saying? Then you sit up and say, hey, no. You can call whatever. No. Wild dog, or wild, whatever the hell you call it. It's like, wait, what? Take us through. No. No, you ain't gonna get off of this one. It was a bad play. We know it was a bad play. It was
That shit was horrible.
But take us through this. What were you thinking?
And why
standing outside of practice? Because I'm like, hey man, same situation. Let's get these reps.
Yeah.
Because if the general manager and the owner ain't gonna hold the head coach accountable, the players can't. Shedeur can't. Shedeur can't question, that was like, well, I've been asking all week, like, why are we calling these plays? He can't say that.
If we mumbles in the locker room, that's it.
Potentially say that. He ain't even on the offensive side of the football. Jerry Judy can't say that.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett.
Only person that has earned the right publicly to call the coach out is Myles Garrett.
That's true.
And he can't even do it because he on the defensive side of the football.
Yeah.
So if he can't do it,
Can't nobody do it.
and Cleveland accountable. That'd be me. I'd have pat the ball.
Yeah.
So I said, fuck the work.
We're gonna get the job done.
I'm gonna make it do what it do.
Yeah.
From what we've seen over the last month, Kevin Stefanski's evaluation survey says you too are fine.
Yeah. You're getting them out of it.
How we get rid of this virus on this control?
That's the virus. Oh.
Delete.
Okay. Go.
Hold that button for 3 seconds and see what it's gonna do. Back out. Ding.
You know Cam Newton gonna get to it. My man said, back to Shedeur. They have not mentioned one white young man that had a bad game since Shedeur has been starting. Joe Burrow had 2 picks back-to-back Sunday. Have you heard anything about it? Man, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'll tell you what else. I ain't seen no Rex Ryan, Colin Coward. I ain't seen Mike Green or none of them dudes that's on that show make a new post on their channel about Shedeur Sanders' breakout game. I'm looking for Rex Ryan's page. I'm looking for Dan Orlovsky. I think Dan Orlovsky might have made a post. But Mike Green, Colin Coward, fucking Rex Ryan, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, none of them motherfuckers made a post about Shedeur's play on Sunday. Like normally, if that was Drake May or if that was motherfucking Jackson Dart, bro, they would have had articles every fucking where. I even seen articles about people that didn't have good games, but I ain't seen no articles on the big platforms about Shedeur whatsoever. James White Jr. says they ain't mentioned a goddamn thing. They're waiting for him to have a bad game. They'll be back. Yeah, same thing with the trolls and all the people and the Shedeur haters that support my channel so much. I miss y'all. I really do. I need Shedeur have a bad game so them motherfuckers can come back. I was having 200 and 300 motherfuckers in the chat when Dylan Gabriel was playing. I swear to goodness. Listen, When Dylan Gabriel was playing, I had motherfucking 200 people in this bitch at all times asking a bunch of dumbass questions and saying a bunch of fugazi, melancholy bullshit. Yeah, basically, all the haters is just waiting for him to have. It don't even gotta be a bad game. If he have a game for 200 and they lose, they're gonna run that shit like he had the worst fucking game ever. But we know that 200 yards in an NFL game is a solid NFL game for almost any quarterback, unless you're Dylan Gabriel, who got to throw that bitch 52 fucking times just to get like 201 yards. So, yes, the haters are waiting. They're lurking. You know, I had a fucking whole different live stream going on that wasn't even about Shedeur Sanders. And motherfuckers was jumping in the chat saying Shedeur sorry as shit on a chat that didn't have shit to do with Shedeur Sanders. But on the Shedeur Sanders live streams, the motherfuckers not coming in there. They don't even want to talk right now, bruh. Double tap that screen and listen. If you like these kind of lives, interactive lives, not too big for the people lives, then man, make sure you subscribe to this channel, man, because I go live on game days, where I go live about anything. Politics, fucking sports betting, you name it. If it's a big topic and everybody's talking about it, then I'm going to cover it. So like I said, this is the type of platform you can jump on. Some days I go live on StreamYard and I have people come up on the panel. You know, you can chop it up, let your voice be heard. And yeah, this is the type of shit I be doing. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. And right now, oh shit, we won like away from 15. So let's get to 15 so we can get to 20. Run these numbers up, man. Keep them going. Come on, somebody, some lucky person. Double tap that screen for me. One time. Please.
Something simple sounds good for breakfast.
One more like, y'all. That's all we need. One more like, and we've crossed another threshold. Somebody, anybody, please double tap that screen right now or just hit the like button. Whatever. I need one more like. So we can bump it up to 20.
3 topic sports every day. You are insane. Like Skip Bayless is very entertaining, and I always enjoy my interactions with him privately. Yeah, he's insane, right? Like you can't you have 12 hot takes a day, unbelievable, right? Right. You've come to 12 conclusions that go against the consensus every single day. That you're gonna. Look, Stephen A. has no hot takes. Stephen A. almost never. I can't think of any counterintuitive conclusions that he ever reaches. That's not his job on the air. His job is to be the big reactor to a counterintuitive conclusion. Reactor. Just he's there to hear the crazy conclusion that his partner has come to and actually be the everyman with a loud voice. Like, you are crazy, right? And do it theatrically. If you're doing a debate show and you're a competitive person, why would you want me as a partner? That's bad. You want to go 15 rounds every day with Muhammad Kellerman? That's just bad. You know, it's embarrassing.
Next clip.
All right, and this is Stephen A's response.
Did I hear correctly? Did we show when he called himself Muhammad Kellerman, as in Muhammad Ali Kellerman? Muhammad Ali Kellerman.
Double tap that screen, y'all. This good shit.
Oh.
Okay, we have 15 likes. Let's go.
I said, heavy is a crime. Too much is given, much is required. I have never, and maybe I ain't been ever paying attention this close to how media handles certain media beefs. But if
Yes, this is one of the wildest media beefs ever. Man, let's get to 20 likes, man. Somebody who just came in here, we need your likes. We need your likes. We need your likes. We need you to double tap that screen. We definitely need you to hit that like button. And if you feel real good about it, man, share the video. Share the live, man. Let's get
It finds a way for an arrow to be shot at Stephen A. Smith more than I have ever seen a person be shot at.
Yeah, he under attack right now, man.
Why is he under attack, Peggy?
It's easier to shoot up than to shoot down, my brother.
He the top dog.
Yeah.
Every person that has worked with him, every person that has worked alongside of him, always, bro, why y'all mad at Stephen A?
What'd he do?
Because he's thriving. And I'm a Max Kellerman fan. I mean, I love Max Kellerman. I love, the Nick Wrights of the world. I love the Kerry Champions of the world. I love the Pat McAfees of the world. I don't look at those individuals as competition. I look at those individuals as examples that I.
Here we go. Hot take. Stephen A. Smith on Shedeur Sanders. Y'all already know what it is. Double tap that screen if you're just getting in here. Double tap that screen if you fuck with Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns, man. Let's go.
Let's take a look here at the AFC playoff picture. 3 teams sit in the hunt at 6 and 7. Baltimore has the highest chances of those 3 teams to make the playoffs.
These numbers up to 100. 100. Let's go.
1% chance at 0.3. Nina Kimes joins us now. And as we look at the big picture and what's happening here in the AFC, and again, in the entire NFL, week 15, a lot on the line here. And so, RC, I'm actually going to start with you on this one. Which quarterback do you think is under the most pressure to perform?
Oh, I think it's Jordan Love. I think when you look who Jordan Love faces this week in the Denver Broncos, it's Jordan Love continuing to show that he could be a quarterback that leads a team to a Super Bowl. There's been all of these questions about who he is and who he can be and who he's following in Green Bay. And since the New York Giants game and Matt LaFleur putting the football in his hands to push the football down the field to go win games on fourth downs, he's been absolutely excellent. He's playing at an MVP level. When you talk about Staffords, when you talk about Drake Mays, and you look at the last 3 weeks, that's where Jordan Love is. He's now put his team in a position where they could be the #1 overall seed in the NFC after starting the season against the Detroit Lions in that manner. And so I believe for him now, every game, every opportunity will be a referendum on whether or not they believe he's a Super Bowl caliber franchise quarterback. And it continues this week.
Okay. What do you think, Stephen A? What quarterback?
For me, RC, Dio, Mina, good to see you, Mina. I gotta tell y'all, the name that comes to my mind is Lamar Jackson. Listen, you're the Baltimore Ravens. There's expectations that came this year. Like, come on now. Do y'all realize that over the last 5 games, Lamar Jackson hasn't even completed 60% of his passes? Does anybody realize that? He hasn't completed 60% of his passes in the last 5 games. Clearly, he hasn't been healthy. I understand that, even though he was running with the football a little bit better last week than I thought he did the week before. But it's
I think Shedeur Sanders under the most pressure, without a doubt.
clearly he's one of them right now. He hasn't been himself. The expectations obviously are enormous. Josh Allen, to some degree, is living up.
Don't get it twisted. Lamar's under a lot of pressure too, but not like Shedeur Sanders. Lamar's already accepted. Shedeur, they're slow walking their acceptance.
Up to his. Lamar Jackson hasn't been over the last several weeks. That's the name that comes to my mind because I think that as well. I'm watching the AFC, y'all. You look at Jacksonville. I'm a huge fan of the Houston Texans and what I'm seeing them do. Obviously, the Denver Broncos, and then we look at Vrabel in New England with Drake May and these boys. The AFC is not going away. They're not going anywhere. Once upon a time, it was Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Are you finally going to knock off Patrick Mahomes? Well, Bo Nick said, you know what? You don't really need to worry about that because we taking the division. And damn it, we are not making the damn playoffs. So guess what? It's new blood in the AFC that ain't going away. And to me, the clock is ticking on Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen in terms that are available for them to finally kick down the door.
Nina?
Yeah, it's Patrick Mahomes. You guys are looking at this from the perspective of like narratives and MVP, guard them in their career. All that is great. If Patrick Mahomes loses this week, they're out of the playoffs. His playoff odds, the Chiefs' playoffs odds rather, drop to below 1%. If they win, gets close to 20%, creeps up and up and up. Look, I understand this Chiefs team is not what it was. And if they get in the playoffs, I imagine a lot of us won't be betting on them to go all the way. I get that. But their playoff hopes are still alive, unlike, say, the Cincinnati Bengals, for example, even though people talk like that. So for Patrick Mahomes, he's got to win this week. Simple as that. If Jordan Love loses, they're still in the playoffs. Lamar, they still got a shot because they AFC North. If Patrick Mahomes loses this game, if Chiefs lose this game, rather, they're not in the playoffs. This is it. Week 15.
Man, there's just some good names. There's some good names. Some good names. Honestly, my answer is
Well, why don't you give us one?
it's gonna be Super Bowl pick for most of us to go to in the AFC. I like the Patrick one. I just, for conversation purposes, I do think it's worthy of having the Shedeur Sanders conversation. Yeah. In a very hear me out, in a very enlightening and positive way. Shedeur played really good this past weekend. And I don't care the opponent. He did a lot of the things in an improved way.
Okay, Dan Orlovsky.
And let's live in the hypothetical world where I don't think he's one of the quarterbacks under the most pressure just for this week. I think it's for the next month. I think that Shedeur has the opportunity here. If he plays this next month like he did this past Sunday, I think he makes Cleveland go, we're not going to move up for a quarterback in next year's draft. Now, if somebody falls to them wherever they're selecting, a Dante Moore or a Mendoza falls to maybe the sixth.
Y'all see how he trying to set that up? If he plays good the last 4 games. Motherfucker, he already played good. He's destined to have a bad game, at least in these next 5 weeks. But to say if he don't play good after this, it's over, it's no different than saying if he don't play good against the Raiders, it's over. Like, who the fuck made that rule up? Who says that if he can't beat Chicago, then like get the fuck out of here with that bullshit? They be killing me.
Something like that. Then we're having that conversation of taking him. But I think Shedeur has the chance to play in a way where you're going to force that organization, or at least the conversation to be had of, we don't need to go be overly aggressive. Absolutely. We don't need to chase. But that's a rare window for a 5th-round quarterback. That's a rare opportunity in a 4-week sample to go, okay, maybe he was underdrafted. And maybe we do have something here. If he does that in the next month, and I think this is a maybe
he was opportunity for him. Y'all hear this bullshit? All the motherfuckers know.
Because that's kind of what the preseason was, right? One game against Carolina, you're like, okay. And then a game against the Rams, you're like, ugh. Can he stack another game on top of another game on top of another game?
Well, I think the other thing is, too, it shows that Shedeur Sanders earned that opportunity.
Sure.
Because let's be honest, it wasn't in the Cleveland Browns' best interest to elevate this 5th-round quarterback. You drafted Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round. You acquired 2 veteran quarterbacks. He had to earn this opportunity. And you talk about the uneven play. There were signs against the Las Vegas Raiders that were things we hadn't seen from either quarterback that played prior or previously for the Cleveland Browns. And there was some struggles against the San Francisco 49ers. And then you watched him against the #1 overall pick, who was probably facing a better defense. And Shedeur Sanders outplayed him. And so now you look at this 4-game stretch. I don't believe it's pressure. I believe it's opportunity. I believe it's privilege and all things that he earned through his play, and not only his play, through his leadership, through his actions in every post-game press conference, through the things that he's said and the way that he's conducted himself. And when you look at Mendoza, who is probably going to win the Heisman, or Dante Moore at Oregon, I do believe that this class of quarterbacks gives him an even better opportunity to be the future of this franchise or the quarterback next year, because these aren't just runaway, surefire stars that are going to be in this next draft.
Stephen A.
Listen, when you talk about Shedeur Sanders, I stated my opinion yesterday. I don't want him in Cleveland. I don't trust him in Cleveland. I think that there's too much that has happened. There's been too much resistance And me personally, I would love to see him show out and produce enough for him to be a viable asset that they can move on from. Let them find somebody they comfortable with and they want. Because to me, I don't think that's the ideal situation for him. I'm not interested in getting into it because I'll get into it with Dan and we'll be arguing for the next hour about some of the things that I've seen and what I don't like. I'm just not. I know it's a debate show, but damn it, I ain't in the mood this morning. Okay, not for that discussion. All right, especially considering the way we started off the show. I got other things on my mind. But when it comes to Shedeur Sanders, I'm just of the mindset that he has not been put in the most ideal of circumstances to succeed. And I don't think that's by accident. And I just think it would be best for him to move on. But the first order of business is to show that he's worthy of being on an NFL roster. And that's him continuing to progress and play better so he could be better off somewhere else.
Mina, what do you think?
About him, and I think in the NFL, it's very hard for a quarterback, especially one not taken in the first round early in his career, to even have that kind of conversation about, wanting to be in a specific place and the circumstances. And I also think Shedeur has probably impressed a lot of people around the league by what he's made out of the circumstances he's in. I actually love this answer from Dan, and I hope people don't take pictures of it and say, they're saying Shedeur Sanders is under pressure. I think you guys have made very clear that you're describing it as an opportunity. From him, I want to see linear improvement because that's what I saw this last week. I saw accuracy, willingness to throw over the middle of the field, and perhaps most importantly, a willingness to play on time. If he can continue growing in those attributes, he absolutely will make a case for himself to be a starter for the Cleveland Browns next year. A case, frankly, I didn't think he was going to make at all. So he's already surpassed my expectations.
It is supposed to be one of the coldest games in history at Soldier Field this coming weekend. A wind chill less than -10. One of the coldest games in history at Soldier Field this weekend for Shedeur Sanders when he plays the Bears. So that's a challenge. And go ahead.
Shedeur Sanders joined Baker Mayfield as the only rookies in Browns history with more than 350 yards passing and 3 TDs in a game.
Okay, so that is positive.
That's what he's.
Can I?
Spiritual War says, what's in man either? I don't trust the Browns. Browns just posted a player walking in the stadium. Let them know. Let them know, Ninja. Like they are way out of line. Who the fuck they supposed to walk in the facility? That's what well, he said, don't try and make it seem like his fans are crazy. Perfect timing. Shout out to Kim. Kim Larkin. What's good with you in the chat, Kim? What city and state you listening in from? What city and state all y'all listening in from, man? It's the Shedeur Sanders train, man. Throw them 12s in the chat. Y'all already know, man. Throw that elbow up one time. Throw that wrist up in the chat. You know they got a wrist emoji. The muscle emoji. Throw that in there one time. Let's keep that 12 energy going, y'all.
Throw one more quarterback at everyone here under a lot of pressure this weekend. Jalen Hurts is going to play the Raiders. They have to win at home, yes, against the Raiders. But if Jalen Hurts does well doing it,
Are we allowed to say that, Shay? Are we allowed to say that? I just want to know.
I just want to
know. Are we
so
allowed
first
to
off,
say that?
I will say this as well, because
It says, you know how they record them walking in before a game. The Browns caption the video, let them know, basically calling him nigga. Fuck was this? It's on the Browns YouTube channel under their shorts. Calling who a nigga? Let them know. Oh yeah, I gotta go see that bullshit.
So y'all sheets don't have the answer because Dave McKinnon trying to do new stuff. But that was my answer for the rest of the season, quarterback that was under the most pressure. So yeah, you allowed to say it, and he under pressure because people like you.
Right. Also, Stephen A., don't 1 minute ago say, I don't want to get into it with Dan, and then as we're going into commercial break.
Pluto in the chat.
Dan, you know something? So, RC, Stevie A. Dan, you're absolutely right. I apologize. We need peace in the streets.
Nobody wants peace.
Come on.
Did he just say Stevie A?
Yeah, Stevie A is the positive.
Stevie, I think.
Not positive.
Okay, let's
Let's
keep
be
it moving.
nice.
Let's go to the NBA.
Oh, let's go. What the NFL players got to say about Shedeur Sanders?
Round slide to franchise savior, Shedeur Sanders has the entire NFL talking. Whether it's Dylan throwing
Bitch ass motherfucker.
Mike Parsons critiquing his ball padding habit, or Eric Dickerson dropping conspiracy bombshells about league collusion.
That the NFL would have told other, don't draft him. Do not draft him. We're gonna make an example out of it.
Everyone's got something to say about Coach Prime's son, so let's break it down. Dylan Gabriel. The most manufactured controversy of the 2025 preseason erupted when Browns rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel made what many interpreted as a not-so-subtle jab at his teammate Shedeur Sanders. During a halftime interview with NFL Network's Aditi Kinkabwala on August 16th, 2025, Gabriel was asked about tuning out the noise surrounding Cleveland's chaotic four-way quarterback competition. His response?
You're not a children.
Oh, sucker shit up, y'all.
Wearing so many layers to go outside.
Watching that.
Bearskin.
Immediately exploded with speculation that Gabriel was taking a direct shot at Sanders, whose flashy personality and high-profile background made him an easy target for the entertainer label. Social media went into overdrive with posts calling Gabriel's comment everything from disgraceful to a calculated attempt to undermine a team. But here's where the story gets interesting. Gabriel quickly clarified his intentions during his post-game press conference.
First off, I'm all about our team. You know what I mean? And each other. I would never make that, and I've said it before. That's why it's interesting. All you in this room are entertainers, and you have a job to do, and I respect it, right?
Listen, some PR person got on the phone and told him to say that bullshit. Ain't no fucking way. That shit don't even sound right. All of you guys are entertainers. Get the fuck out of here.
Controversy, but Sanders himself eventually addressed it directly, revealing that Gabriel had approached him privately to set the record straight. The whole incident perfectly encapsulated the intense scrutiny surrounding Sanders.
Green 62, shout out to you in the chat.
Twisted into quarterback controversy gold. While Gabriel's comment.
Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to all my folks in the chat, man. Double tap that screen. Let's get to 20 likes. Let's get to 20 likes. Let's keep these numbers up, y'all. Double tap that screen. I appreciate you.
Comment sparked teammate tensions. Another Browns defensive back became Sanders' most visible supporter and created one of the season's most memorable moments. Tony Brown, Cleveland Browns cornerback. Tony Brown became the breakout star of Shedeur Sanders' viral NFL debut entrant, and his explanation for why he supported the rookie quarterback revealed the deep respect he held for the Sanders family legacy. On August 14th, 2025,
okay, who is this guy?
Network interview, Brown opened up about the spiritual calling he felt to mentor Sanders.
I have a little respect for what his father's done with his children and for what his father brought to the NFL, to the game of football.
Brown explained his admiration for Deion Sanders clearly influencing his relationship with the son, the veteran defensive back.
Green 62. I feel you.
With Sanders from their first meeting, telling him directly.
Since the first day I met him, like I told him, hey, I want to be the guy that you can go to whenever, with anything, bro.
But it was Brown's explanation of their now famous pregame entrance that really struck a chord. Carrying a bamboo box staff while pulling a massive speaker playing Sanders' unreleased rap music, Brown saw it as more than just theatrical flair. It's just a spiritual thing for me. I believe it's a calling to help young men like Shedeur, to help guide them, he said, framing his support as part of a higher purpose. The entrance helped Sanders channel that prime time energy before his debut performance against the Carolina Panthers, where he completed.
I didn't even know all this, y'all.
138 yards and 2 touchdowns, drawing 10 points.
Hey, shout out to that dude, man. I ain't know he did all that, man. Okay. Shout out to him for that. Double tap that screen, y'all. Hit that like button, man. We still going. We've been on here for going on over 2 hours.
0.2 million viewers, the most watched NFL Network preseason game in a decade. From Browns teammates to former NFL stars, the opinions on Sanders varied wildly. One Hall of Fame running back dropped perhaps the most explosive theory of all, Eric Dickerson. Hall of Fame running back Eric Dickerson dropped an absolute bombshell that had the entire NFL world shook to its core on August 21st, 2025. During his appearance on the Roggin and Rodney show on AM 570 LA Sports, Dickerson made claims that would make even the wildest conspiracy theorists blush.
And I'll tell you this much here, what I heard from someone that's in the NFL, that the NFL told other, don't draft him. Do not draft him. We're gonna make an example out of him.
Now, hold up, wait a minute. Did the Rams legend just accuse the entire National Football League of orchestrating a coordinated attack on Deion Sanders' son? According to Dickerson, this came from what he called a very good source, and the plan was reportedly to have Sanders go completely undrafted to teach him and his famous father a lesson about humility. But here's where it gets even juicier. Dickerson claimed that so allegedly an unnamed intervention forced Cleveland's hand at pick 144. Whether you believe this explosive theory or not, it certainly added fuel to the fire surrounding Sanders' dramatic slide from projected top 10 pick to 5th round selection, costing him potentially millions in guaranteed money and sparking debates that continue to rage today. But speaking of Cowboys stars having strong opinions about Sanders, one defender wasn't buying into the sympathy train: Micah Parsons. Dallas Cowboys superstar linebacker Micah Parsons decided to school some folks on quarterback fundamentals, and Shedeur Sanders became his unwitting student. Back on April 5th, 2025, Parsons took to social media with some technical criticism that had Sanders' supporters seeing red. The issue: Sanders' habit of patting the football before throwing, which Parsons argued could be the difference between completing a pass and eating a sack in the NFL. You realize that pat on the ball can be difference between a sack or a throwaway completion, Parsons wrote, speaking from his perspective as one of the league's most feared pass rushers. When New York Giants receiver Darius Slayton jumped in to defend Sanders by comparing his ball patting to Tom Brady's mechanics, Parsons wasn't having any of it. Comparing the greatest quarterback ever to Sanders is why I'll never entertain a football conversation with you. Like, what are we doing here? He fired back. This social media
Michael Parsons a hater.
escalated into a full-blown family affair when Deion Sanders himself entered the chat, posting, "Can we all get along?" and emphasizing Sanders with a capital S. We earned that. Later, when Sanders' draft slide became reality, Parsons tried to provide some perspective, comparing it to Lamar Jackson's fall to pick 32 in 2018. Lamar Jackson, arguably one of the greatest QBs in college football, ever fell to pick
Michael
32.
Parsons trash.
Uproar about Shedeur, he posted, suggesting such slides happen regularly. However, not everyone in the quarterback fraternity was throwing analytical critiques around. Derek Carr. Former Pro Bowl quarterback Derek Carr stepped into his analyst role and delivered some pointed criticism that had Cleveland Browns fans scratching their heads. On August 23rd, 2025, during the Browns preseason finale against the Los Angeles Rams, Carr was watching live as Shedeur Sanders got benched with just over 2 minutes remaining and Cleveland trailing 17-16. What should have been Sanders' moment to shine in a clutch 2-minute drill was instead handed to Tyler Huntley, a move that had Carr immediately questioning the decision.
Yeah, that shit was sucker shit off the brick.
See it, Shedeur Sanders run this 2-minute drill. Wouldn't you want to see your young QB operate in this situation? Carr posted in real time, his frustration evident. The former Raiders and Saints signal caller made a compelling point. Here was Sanders, buried as the 4th-string quarterback, getting what might be his last opportunity for meaningful reps all season. And Cleveland pulled the plug right when the lights got brightest. When fans pointed out Sanders' struggles in the game, completing just 3 of 6 passes for 14 yards while taking 5 sacks, Carr acknowledged the performance but emphasized the bigger picture. I can understand that, but this is potentially, you never know, his last time at reps all year, he responded, highlighting the developmental importance of high-pressure situations for young quarterbacks. While Carr was questioning coaching decisions, another quarterback
Shout out to Derek Carr.
controversy. Malik Neighbor, New York Giants star receiver Malik Neighbors unleashed one of the most passionate defenses of Shedeur Sanders you'll ever hear. And he wasn't holding back any punches when it came to criticizing the NFL's treatment of his friend. During a February 2025 interview on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Neighbors laid out exactly why he thought Sanders was special. "I've been watching him a long time. He has another crazy arm talent. He gives his guys the opportunity to go make plays. He's not scared and he wants to win, and he's a leader," Neighbors said, his admiration clear as day. But it was after Sanders' shocking draft slide that Neighbors really let his feelings be known. Appearing on the 7 p.m. in Brooklyn podcast with Carmelo Anthony in May 2025, Neighbors went scorched earth on the entire league. You don't do something like that to somebody like that. You can't knock his talent. I heard a lot of things about he takes unnecessary sacks. He had a bad O-line. He threw 70% with a bad O-line. Neighbors fired back at critics, defending Sanders' college performance behind Colorado's porous offensive line. He wasn't finished, though, launching into a cultural critique that had everyone talking. "We got to stop making feelings with how people play linger. Yeah, he might have some things that he might say on camera off the field that don't have to do with how he plays football. How he carries himself is all about how his dad raised him. The Giants receiver made it personal, arguing that Sanders was being punished for his authentic personality rather than evaluated purely on football merit. His emotional plea
That's real shit.
fans who saw Sanders slide as unfair treatment of a talented player. Another quarterback who experienced the pre-draft hype alongside Sanders had his own perspective on the situation. Cam Ward. Miami Dolphins quarterback Cam Ward, the number one overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, shared a unique perspective on Shedeur Sanders' journey, one that came from their friendship forged during months of pre-draft workouts and shared expectations. During Super Bowl week in February 2025, Ward addressed the media's attempts to create a rivalry between the two top quarterbacks. It's cool that we're close because if we weren't, the media would try to pin us against each other. We've been working out together, pushing each other. I'm not trying to compete against him in that way. It's about us both getting better, Ward explained, showing the genuine respect between the two signal callers. When Sanders' draft slide became reality, Ward didn't hesitate to defend his friend during his introductory press conference with the Titans on April 25th, 2025. It is surprising because he's a good quarterback. He doesn't get a lot of the credit that he deserved, especially the plays that he made in Colorado, Ward said, his disappointment evident. The former Miami Hurricane revealed just how close their pre-draft relationship had been. We thought me and him were going 1-2. He was one of the better QBs in the draft. Even months later, as both quarterbacks settled into their respective NFL situations, Ward maintained his support. In an August 2025 interview, he reiterated, "I don't have a rivalry with him. That's my boy. He's been productive wherever he has been every time. When he gets his chance, I know he's going to make the most of it." Ward's consistent.
You see that right there, man? Shout out to Cam Ward, man, for not letting the media hype him up like they did Dylan Gabriel. Because they tried it. They tried to make these boys go against each other, but Cam just, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, Shedeur wasn't going to do that because he ain't that type of person. But if they could have got them to go at each other, they would have. Because trust me, they try to egg that shit on. Double tap that screen, man. Y'all know what it is. 12 Energy, man. Shout out to Cam Ward. And shout out to 12, man. Let's go.
Backing of Sanders throughout the process showed the genuine friendship between two young quarterbacks navigating the pressures of NFL expectation. While Ward showed unwavering loyalty, one former All-Pro defensive back became Sanders' most vocal media defender, Richard Sherman. Former Seattle Seahawks All-Pro cornerback Richard Sherman emerged as one of Shedeur Sanders' most passionate advocates, and his defense of the young quarterback was both technically sound and emotionally charged. When Sanders' draft slide became reality, Sherman didn't mince words on his podcast. "It's crazy to me that Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. This kid's tape at Colorado was phenomenal. He's got the arm talent, the poise, the decision-making. I don't get why teams are passing on it," Sherman said during the first round, his frustration building as Sanders continued to fall. But it was after Sanders' preseason debut that Sherman really let his analytical skills shine. Following the rookie's impressive performance against the Carolina Panthers, 14 of 23 passes for 138 yards and 2 touchdowns, Sherman took to social media to celebrate. "Wow, at Shedeur Sanders, what a throw. Dime," he posted, highlighting specific throws that caught his defensive eye. Sherman wasn't content to just praise the performance, though. He had
them was some fucking throws, man.
"I got a lot of respect for Hash 12. The guy is balling. I don't understand the weird hate Hash 12 gets and that everything matters. It's like they don't want him to succeed," Sherman wrote, calling out what he saw as unfair scrutiny. He even drew comparisons to other rookie quarterbacks, arguing that if Giants first-rounder Jackson Dart had performed similarly, the reaction would have been completely different. When Sanders struggled in his final preseason.
Hey, y'all, we already know it always is. Double tap that screen, man. Let's get to 20 likes. 3 of y'all. I need 3 of y'all to be generous and give me 3 more likes. We be at 20. Let's go, man. I need that.
Game against the Rams, Sherman provided context while acknowledging the issues. Shedeur
Double tap, double tap.
no doubt. 5 sacks. That's not all on him. O-line was a mess, but he's got to learn to get rid of the ball faster. That's coachable. Sherman's technical analysis carried weight, but another former NFL quarterback brought a different perspective to Sanders' development. Dan
Powerball and Mega Millions will try to put
Dan
me
Orlovsky hating ass.
Suppose the lottery.
Y'all know Dan Orlovsky be hating.
ESPN analyst and former NFL quarterback Dan Orlovsky provided some of the most detailed and balanced analysis of Shedeur Sanders, combining praise for his talent with honest critiques of areas needing improvement. Back in March 2025, when Sanders was still projected as a potential top 5 pick, Orlovsky defended him against early criticism. The tape doesn't lie. Those who think Shedeur Sanders can't play are nuts, he said, showcasing film from Colorado's game against Baylor, where Sanders threw for 341 yards despite playing behind a collapsing pocket. Orlovsky argued that most of Sanders' struggles were due to poor offensive line play and inconsistent receiver routes, not the quarterback's decision-making. When Sanders' draft slide began, Orlovsky urged patience and perspective. Can we stop having the funeral for Shedeur right now? Can we stop? He didn't get drafted in the first round. He might get drafted in the first 5 picks tonight, and candidly, it could be a better situation for him, he argued, suggesting a day 2 selection might actually benefit the young quarterback. Prior to Sanders' preseason debut, Orlovsky also pushed back against the setup to fail narrative. Will everybody stop with the Shedeur Sanders as being set up to fail narrative? Who do you want to start the game? He asked, logically explaining why Sanders got the start due to injuries to other quarterbacks. After Sanders' impressive debut, Orlovsky was full of praise, appearing on the Pat McAfee show to highlight the performance. Shedeur Sanders looked comfortable in and out of the huddle. He was pretty aggressive with the football, and he played with a lot of confidence. The operation was clean, and the decision-making was spot on. However, following Sanders' struggles against the Rams, Orlovsky provided specific technical criticism about persistent issues from college. Orlovsky's balanced approach stood in contrast to another former NFL linebacker who took a much more confrontational stance, Emmanuel Acho. Former NFL linebacker Emmanuel Acho rode an emotional roller coaster when it came to his evaluation of Shedeur Sanders, swinging from defense to criticism and back to praise as
He
the
was hating.
2025 season unfolded. Early in the pre-draft process, Acho emerged as one of Sanders' strongest defenders against anonymous coaching criticism. When reports surfaced of Sanders being called arrogant and brash in combine interviews, Acho fired back on FS1's The Facility. I think Shedeur Sanders' security makes a lot of people insecure. So when Shedeur Sanders comes off as confident, comes off as secure, comes off as knowing who he is, you, insecure, dictate his security as something that's an issue, Acho argued, framing Sanders' confidence as a strength rather than a weakness. He drew parallels to Deion Sanders' own bold approach during his 1989 draft process, suggesting the apple didn't fall far from the tree. However, as the draft approached, Acho began raising concerns about Sanders' physical tools. Shedeur Sanders, his arm, I got questions. I got questions about the strength. Travis Hunter would have people beat, and he's waiting for it, Acho said in April, questioning Sanders' arm strength and timing on deep passes. When Sanders' slide became reality, Acho's emotions boiled over. Shedeur Sanders not getting drafted in the first 3 rounds, it's disgusting, he declared, arguing that being selected in the 5th round significantly hurt Sanders' career opportunities. He even suggested Sanders consider returning to college rather than accepting a backup role. But after Sanders' impressive preseason debut, Acho appeared to change his tune once again, posting on social media. If anybody doubts that Shedeur Sanders' game will translate to the NFL, just show them this and shush him up. While Acho was flip-flopping on his Sanders takes, another former NFL star maintained consistent support throughout, LaShawn McCoy. Two-time
Sir.
champion LaShawn McCoy
Shady.
became one of Shedeur Sanders' most vocal supporters, and his confidence in the young quarterback never wavered despite the 5th-round selection. From the moment anonymous coaches started criticizing Sanders during the pre-draft process, McCoy was having none of it. You have a kid who's been successful everywhere he's been, and now you're nitpicking because he's confident? That's what you want in a quarterback, McCoy argued alongside James Jones, dismissing the critics as jealous of Sanders' swagger. When Sanders impressed during the Browns' rookie minicamp in May 2025, McCoy revealed he had inside sources feeding him information. I got my sources, and they told me that he looks like the best player out of the whole camp, and he's a 5th rounder, McCoy claimed, suggesting Sanders was outperforming the other quarterbacks despite his low draft position. The former Eagles running back made a bold prediction that had Browns fans buzzing. If you look at Shedeur Sanders, his mindset ain't to be in no backup role with the Browns. He's in there to start. He's going to take some time, but he's going to start, and he's going to start early this year. McCoy didn't stop there, making perhaps the most audacious comparison.
Double tap that screen, hit that like button, share it alive. Let's go.
Don't let the jewelry and the music and the swagger fool you. He's a hard worker. The first thing that the head coach said, hey, he's the first one in the building and the last one to leave. Sounds like someone else I know. His name is Brady, McCoy proclaimed, referencing his former Tampa Bay teammate's legendary work ethic. McCoy continued his advocacy throughout the summer, even defending Sanders against minor controversies like speeding tickets. McCoy's unwavering support contrasted sharply with another former NFL veteran who took a more critical analytical approach, Mark Schlereth. Three-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth brought his offensive line expertise to bear on Shedeur Sanders, offering both defense and criticism that reflected his understanding of quarterback protection and pocket dynamics. Early in the pre-draft process, Schlereth stood firmly in Sanders' corner when anonymous coaches began attacking his confidence. A lot of draft
Oh, so there's a lot of people in Shedor's corner.
sit with a guy who's going to be a star quarterback. Most of them are arrogant. Most of them have a lot of belief in what they do, Schlereth argued on FS1's Breakfast Ball, suggesting that confidence was a prerequisite for elite quarterback.
See, I ain't know this. Shout out to these guys, man. I did not know all these guys came to back. Because if you listen to the haters, you would think that nobody was speaking up for Shedeur. That's how they talk. Like, why is nobody speaking up for him? No, it's y'all motherfuckers talking too much. You can't hear nobody else talking because you running your mouth hating.
Play. However, after Sanders' draft slide became reality, Schlereth provided a more
We
nuanced
need one more like, folks. Double tap, double tap, double tap.
talent. So you better ace the intangibles part of the process. And by all accounts, he did not ace the intangible aspect of it, he explained, acknowledging Sanders' talent while recognizing the importance of pre-draft interviews and character evaluation. Schlereth's analysis became particularly pointed when discussing Sanders' preseason struggles, drawing on his personal experience as a Colorado radio analyst during Sanders' college career. When I was coaching up there, I even pulled Dean aside and said, "Dude, what you're asking guys to do is impossible," Schlereth revealed, referencing conversations he'd had about Colorado's offensive line struggles. He acknowledged the impossible situation Sanders faced in college, but emphasized that pocket presence remained a legitimate concern. His pocket presence is an issue. He holds the ball too long, and that's something he's got to work on. You saw it in the Rams game. 5 sacks, and a lot of it was on him trying to make something happen instead of getting rid of it. Schlereth, balancing context with...
And that is very true. Very true. But if you shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat for giving me up to 20 likes, man. Let's get to 50. Let's get to 50. Double tap that screen. Or let's not go straight to 50. Let's go to 30. Let's get to 30. Let's get to 30.
Accountability. His analysis highlighted the complex reality that while Sanders faced challenging circumstances, he still needed to adapt his decision-making for NFL success. Schlereth's technical critique resonated with another former player who became an advocate for Sanders throughout the process, Keyshawn Johnson. Former number 1 overall pick Keyshawn Johnson brought a unique perspective to the Shedeur Sanders discussion, having experienced both the pressures of high draft expectations and the realities of NFL quarterback evaluation. Johnson's support for Sanders began even before the draft, when he defended Deion Sanders' intention to influence his son's destination. That's good. He should step in. He shouldn't surrender any, I don't want to call it power, but advice to anyone, Johnson argued in November 2024, comparing Deion's approach to Eli Manning's successful draft demand in 2004. When pre-draft criticism mounted against Sanders, Johnson provided a cultural analysis that cut to the heart of the issue. You get these coaches that are not accustomed to dealing with or having these conversations with individuals at this position that have a certain snap, crackle, pop to them, Johnson explained on FS1 Speak, suggesting that some evaluators were uncomfortable with Sanders' authentic personality because it didn't fit their traditional quarterback mold. Johnson's confidence in Sanders never wavered.
There we go. Now they talking the truth
about his NFL trajectory. You know, the crazy thing is, I am confident it's going to be Shedeur. I don't know when. I don't know if it's the start
Get
of
them
the
likes
season.
up to 30. Get them likes up to 30,
Before they get to the midseason mark, he's going to be the starting quarterback, Johnson predicted in May 2025, following Sanders' impressive minicamp performance. When Sanders delivered in his preseason debut, Johnson was vindicated in his assessment. Shedeur Sanders showed why he's a first-round talent in that Panthers game. 14 of 23, 138 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's not a fluke, he declared, emphasizing that Sanders' performance proved his draft slide was misguided. Even when Sanders struggled in his final preseason game, Johnson provided context and maintained his support, attributing the poor showing to offensive line issues and injury concerns rather than fundamental flaws in Sanders' game. Johnson's unwavering faith in Sanders was shared by another Hall of Fame quarterback.
Everybody knew that shit, man. Everybody knew they was basically setting him up. Not one person that was out there with him against the Rams is on the team. It's 2 people, a tight end and a tackle. Everybody else gone.
Who understood the challenges of overcoming draft adversity, Kurt Warner. Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, who famously went undrafted before leading the St. Louis Rams to a Super Bowl championship, brought a unique
Double
perspective
tap, y'all.
for Sanders' evaluation that combined technical analysis with empathy for late-round selections. Warner's initial assessment of Sanders was overwhelmingly positive, focusing on what he considered the young quarterback's greatest strength. Shedeur may throw the best ball, and what I mean by that is the most catchable, the most accurate ball of all these guys. I love that he can pace the ball. He never throws it hard. He never has to throw through you, Warner praised during a March 2025 appearance on the Joel Klatt Show, highlighting Sanders' touch.
See, what this tells me is you don't slide on no fucking draft with all these goddamn people. Listen, this is my first time ever hearing accounts that Kurt Warner had some positive shit to say. Everything I saw said Kurt Warner had some negative shit to say. So this is my first time actually witnessing and seeing some real footage that got Kurt Warner saying something positive about Shedeur Sanders. I never knew none of this shit. Let me read some of these. Damn, chat been busy. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. I apologize. Chat been busy. Oh yeah, I read all this. But yeah, this is good shit right here.
Touch and accuracy as elite traits. However, Warner also identified areas of concern from his film study, particularly regarding Sanders' pocket presence in challenging situations. I watched some of his tape from the beginning of the year and
Double tap that screen, y'all. Y'all already know what it is, man. We going all the way up. Double tap, double tap. It's Friday tomorrow. Well, it's Friday right now. Yeah.
Now, I watched the last 4 games. I felt in the last 4 games, Shedeur was very uneasy in the pocket, Warner noted, pointing to specific games where Sanders struggled behind Colorado's struggling offensive line. When Sanders' draft slide became reality, Warner was adamant that the evaluation was wrong. My evaluation was he's the most accurate quarterback I thought in this draft. I really like Shedeur. He wasn't a fifth-round prospect in my opinion, Warner declared on the Jim Rome Show in May 2025, rejecting the notion that Sanders deserved to fall so far. Warner's analysis emphasized Sanders' role as a game winner at both Jackson State and Colorado, arguing that his ability to carry teams through critical moments was being undervalued. During Sanders' preseason struggles, Warner expressed frustration with the Browns' handling of the competition between Sanders and Dillon Gabriel. I was really looking forward to the competition between Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders in last preseason game. A bummer that both didn't have the same ops to make plays. Warner posted on social media, suggesting that unequal opportunities made fair evaluation impossible. While Warner focused on technical analysis and
I
development,
fuck
one
with
Hall of
Kurt
Famer
Warner.
delivered a scathing indictment of Sanders' entire pre-draft approach. Chris Carter. Speaking on the Fully Loaded podcast on April 28, 2025, Carter didn't just question Sanders' football ability. He attacked everything from his interview style to his fashion choices during the most important job interview of his life. You're going for a job interview. So for his job interview, he was so concerned about what his outfit was. His necklace was over $100 grand, Carter began, his disgust evident as he described Sanders' priorities during combine interviews. Carter's breakdown of Sanders' pre-draft failures was methodical and brutal, listing
No,
every
not
step.
Chris Carter.
Not working out at the combine, that wasn't the right thing. His interview process, obviously, he could have done a lot better than that. A lot of people left meetings feeling he was very, very entitled, Carter cataloged, building his case that Sanders had sabotaged it.
I will say, I think if he'd have went to the combine, people could have seen the arm talent. And people could have seen, you know what I'm saying, what he could really do out there. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, that wasn't in his best interest right there.
His own draft stock. But Carter wasn't finished. He dismissed conspiracy theories about NFL collusion while delivering his most damaging assessment of Sanders' physical tools. He doesn't have a big-time arm. He's not a big guy. He's not overly athletic. He doesn't have superstar qualities, Carter declared, arguing that Sanders lacked the exceptional traits that would justify overlooking character concerns. Carter's final verdict was as harsh as it was direct, estimating that Sanders and his family's approach cost him between $30 and $50 million in guaranteed money. Carter concluded, suggesting that the draft slide served as a necessary reality check for both father and son. His critique extended beyond football to Sanders' overall brand and marketing approach, arguing that the media attention and flashy lifestyle that helped him in college actually hurt his NFL prospects. Carter's devastating critique represented the harshest end of NFL opinion on Sanders, painting a picture of a talented but misguided young quarterback whose own decisions derailed what should have been a lucrative draft experience. Thank you for staying tuned. To enjoy more of such videos, do click on the card showing on the screen.
Show playing for you as always. I'm enthusiastic about this because Shedeur Sanders threw for a bunch of yards. He was historic. He did his thing. And now all we can talk about is the two factions of the Cleveland Browns fan base. One group that is the Shedorians or the Shedeur fans. And then there's other group that believe that they're the real Browns fans that just want them to pipe down a little bit. You guys have been missing a boat. Nobody in the industry has really broke this down the way I'm going to break it down. Please pull up and so we can get to that. We'll talk about that here in a second. Kevin Stefanski, can we stop making excuses for him? Media, it's time.
Double tap the screen, y'all.
Be professional. It's time to stop making excuses for him. We talk about the Shedeur fans, bro, but y'all Kevin Stefanski supporters, y'all cats have been doing this for 6 years. It's time to stop. We'll talk about that coming up. It's not just that this is a one-hit wonder.
Hey, Raymond, I never knew. Shout out to you in the chat, homie. I never knew Chris Carter said all that bullshit.
The game happened. Cleveland Browns need to build around Shedeur Sanders in 2026. I'll give you the reasons, the details, and why you should be excited that the Cleveland Browns are building around Shedeur Sanders, and that's what you should be hoping for if you want to see the Browns be good quicker than later. But first, let's start with this. Media members is crashing out all over the industry. People is fainting. Guys is taking L's left and right. People is emotional. They can't even give their takes without thinking about the Shedeur fans. The first thing they got to say is, okay, well, let me just say this. You pre-qualify and everything. I'm like, bro, y'all scared in these streets? My goodness, sir. For a bunch of alpha males, we are all supposedly alpha males, right? We got a lot of people that be emotional. Look at them emotional. Why are you emotional? I don't understand why this energy is out there for the pushback of Shedeur fans. And I'm starting to question, is this your first battle? Is this your first meaningful pushback? Because I can only help but think about this. I said this on UCSS. People's like, oh my gosh, you're throwing on the race word. They're throwing race around. Oh my gosh, this is the first time this has ever happened to me. And I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about every major platform, big platforms, all of them. I ain't talking about nobody specific, but I'm talking about a lot of people. This is the conversation is, well, you can't say this because they going to get on you about this and they going to say you about this and they going to get you. Let me tell y'all something. I don't know what game y'all been in, but the person I am is G. Bush. I've been delivering takes that I stand on that wasn't comfortable. You got to understand why I think this is like under like laughable to me is because I've had takes in the past that could have got me up out of here. I was running around here telling people, talking about, how dare you talk about kneeling for the flag? I was out there when it wasn't even cool to talk about kneeling. When everybody on the other side of the spectrum was like, if you kneeling, you did. When I'm talking about big time articles and stuff, that was this guy. Go back and check the analogs. I said, bro, you ain't got no right to tell me what I can kneel for or not kneel for, bro. You don't know no monopoly on democracy. What you talking about? I do what I want to. That was me when it was counting, when it was about something. Y'all got to understand, y'all getting a little pushback now, and it ain't even about nothing. It ain't even about nothing. When Tim Tebow was coming out here doing what he was doing, people was arguing back and forth about religion.
Hey, Raymond. Yes, sir. Same shit, man. I'm gonna always root for the good guy.
Your eternal resting place. This is Shedeur Sanders. He ain't talking about none of that. So we ain't talking about police brutality.
Double tap that screen, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. We've been rocking for over 2 hours, going on 3. Double tap, man. Give me some love in that in the live, man. Give me some love. Add me up.
We talking about kneeling for the flag. We not talking about George Floyd.
Like, let me get a surge. Let me get a surge of likes. Rack it up.
We're not even talking about religion here. This is Shedeur Sanders and why he fell to the 5th round and why people like him. But I didn't have comments on I didn't have whole shows on that. Right? So you people are out here melting. You can't take the heat. This is a sports take. Do you talk about people that support somebody? Like, this is wild, bro. People be getting in their feelings and backs. And just think about this. Coming from all these writers, these are the same people that was in their bag a couple of years ago because of a pop star. You was mad because Taylor Swift was on TV too much? See, this is the problem I be having with y'all. Like, we got all these people that like to be acting like they so tough, they stand on business. I don't care. My opinion is this. Listen, it worked well for you when your opinion is hitting. But when your opinion ain't hitting or you look like you might have been wrong on something, all of a sudden, everybody the victim now. Let me just tell you exactly. Like, I'm just put this out here. You know how many names I was called when we talk when in the height of kneeling, I said, bro, they out here trying to blackball Colin Kaepernick. Do you understand what type of energy I got for that? Let's just keep it going. I said I laugh when people talk about race all the time. Guess what? When people talk about race, I laugh and joke because I got called racist because I said Baker Mayfield at the end of his career wasn't playing well enough. And they said if he was a black quarterback, you'd have loved it. I said, well, go back and check my resume. I was one of the first ones jumping up and down when Baker was balling. I just got to keep it a buck. But then when Deshaun Watson came here and I said, hey, you might want to look at them allegations a little bit closer. Then all of a sudden, they was like, oh, well, you're racist again. You're only protecting Deshaun Watson because he's black. I said, but hold on, what about all the other? Remember when I brought up Duke lacrosse? That was 5, 6, 10 white guys from Duke, right? Remember Bauer. Remember I talked about him? I said I talk about